Hello, stream. Hey, Haley. Ba 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 da ba. It's a lovely snowy day here in Oregon. Up, 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 up. All right. So today we are working on the Firemage's Vengeance. We begin our final read through. Good morning, Bodegazilla. Oh man, my email client server seems to be throwing a lot of shit into my junk folder that's not junk. That's not fun. Ba-da-bum. Ba-da-bum-bum-bum. Okay, here we go. Hey, morning, Clooney man. Hey, morning, Kristen. Getting a wet slipper is somehow so much worse than getting a wet shoe or something like that. It's like a sock. Like a soaking wet sock is just the worst, one of the worst things. It's because it's supposed to be so soft and warm, but then instead it becomes this wet presence on your skin that you can't get rid of. It's horrible. Oh no. Books of Underrealm. Get more. All right. The Firemage's Vengeance, Chapter 1. The snow that fell in those middle... Uh-oh. Kristen, are you ready for the emo? Are you ready for the edgelord Eben? Chapter 1. The snow that fell in those middle days of Mardus did nothing to chill the air, nothing that is when compared to the ice in Eben's heart. The frost inside him was made of fear and dread, and if asked, he would have called it more frigid than the winds and snow that blew in his face, for the winter within kept him from noticing the winter without. He led Caleb and Theron through the streets of the High King's Seat. His friends felt the same, he knew. Theron huddled deeper under her hood. She had not bothered to dye her hair in some time, and her dark roots showed through the blonde, though that hardly mattered since her head was rarely uncovered these days. Caleb wrapped his arms tight about himself, pale cheeks glowing red as his hair... against winter's gales, and his spindly limbs shook whenever he stayed in one place too long. Yet Evan guessed that neither of them were any more aware of the weather than he was. They had greater troubles, ones that plagued them day and night. Their studies suffered, and in the midst of conversation their thoughts drifted away. They were left staring at nothing in the middle of the dining hall, and it kept them lying awake in their beds late into the night. The first was Dasco, the instructor they held in bondage, though they did not wish to. The second was Aaron, the dean's son, who was captive or dead, and the third was his captor Ezra, who had vanished from all sight and knowledge, a trail of corpses in her wake. This is a fool's errand, said Theron, bringing Eben's mind back to the present. It is no errand at all, said Eben. We are invited. And why did we accept? What if something happens What if something happens back at the academy while we are gone? We cannot watch him every hour of every day, Theron. Caleb's voice held a note of careful reproach. Indeed, we do not spend much time with him as it is. Yet we are always near, Theron insisted. If our control should slip, if we are discovered, we will be discovered, said Eben. Caleb is right. We cannot spend our every hour sitting on our hands, half in hope and half in fear. You say that more easily than I would, Theron muttered. Eben could not tell if she had meant for him to hear it or not, but he did not blame her either way. She had the most to fear in all this untenable situation. At long last, the black iron gate of the Drayden family's manor loomed before them. Once the guards spied the 3 academy students making their way through the snowdrifts, they hastened to draw the gate open. Eben shook out his boots on the cobblestones of the yard, which was better swept than the streets had been. He had never spent winter in the northern lands. At home in Idris, winters were colder but drier, and snow was an elf tale. To him, this type of winter seemed a deadly danger, though Theron assured him it was in fact very mild this year. A happy shout preceded a short, plump figure bounding towards them, and Eben recognized his sister Albie beneath a furred hood. She hugged him first, and he grinned as he hoisted her up off the ground, but then she embraced Caleb just as warmly, and Eben's mouth soured. Theron she gave a more customary greeting. Both hands clasped at once, she bowed. Theron rolled her eyes, but returned the greeting without complaint. I thought the 3 of you would never come, Albie said. Her voice seemed uncommonly loud after the dead quiet of the snow-covered streets and after the anxious, hushed words Eben had shared with his friends. But then it seems much later than it is, for the sky is so dark and gray. Come inside. Halab eagerly awaits you. We will, and gladly, said Eben, forcing a smile. Northern winters suit me ill. Albie laughed and led them in. Both hearths burned in the wide front hall, and Eben sighed in relief at the warmth of them. He cast back his hood and bent to remove his boots. They were gifts Halab had sent only recently, black to follow the academy's rules, but lined with gray fur and laced up to just below the knee. Theron and Caleb, too, had received their own pairs, but Theron almost forgot to remove hers and had to be reminded by a sharp word from Caleb. Unshod, they climbed the stairs to the lounge where Halab awaited them. She rose at once and came forwards with a smile. Her dress was ochre and white, like fine-spun gold dusted with snow. Though all faces were paler now in the waning sunlight, Eben thought she had never looked lovelier. Dearest nephew, she said, reaching for him. He kissed her cheeks, and then she bowed to Caleb and Theron. Caleb flushed, and Eben knew the boy was thinking of the first time they had met when he had kissed Halab's cheeks. Theron, for her part, did not roll her eyes so hard as she had with Albie. Eben knew the high estimation in which she held his aunt. Thank you, Nightbot. Our heartfelt thanks for your hospitality, especially in the depths of winter's chill, said Caleb. But that is when hospitality is needed the most, said Halab with a smile. Dinner had been prepared already and was brought from the kitchens to be uncovered for them. They ate quickly and ravenously, for all 3 of them felt their appetites could hardly be sated these days. Halab laughed as she saw them devour their meals and quipped that the 3 of them must be growing. Eben thought to himself that the likelier explanation was the oppressive cold. When snow made walking a chore even after a small distance, he seemed to need thrice as much food just to remain upright. After, she took them back to the lounge where they sat and talked of small things, their classes and their friends. Only Caleb had any of these outside of present company, and the little bits of news Halab thought they might enjoy hearing. But, as happened so often in the academy itself these days, Eben often found his mind wandering, and he saw the same in his friends. Halab noticed it as well. Often he found her looking at the 3 of them, a question in her eyes, her lips pursed. At last he leaned forwards and grimaced an apology. I'm sorry, dearest aunt. The 3 of us have made terrible guests, I fear. Halab shook her head at once. It is I who should apologize. I have taken little consideration for the troubles the 3 of you bear. I have heard of the Academy's rogue student and the dean's son who she stole away. No doubt such dark thoughts are what trouble you. Eben studied his fingernails, not wishing to meet her eyes. She was right about Ezra, of course, but she did not know just how intimately the matter concerned Eben, nor how often he heard Aaron's screams as the boy was dragged away. Mako, it seemed clear, had not told her of what transpired in Zane's home. Caleb spoke as Eben did not seem to wish to. It is a dark time for the school indeed, he said quietly. In one sense, the danger that plagued us is gone, for everyone believes that Ezra has fled the seat. But the darkness she left behind her is not so easily cast aside. The room fell to silence as Eben and his friend stared at the floor. When he glanced at Albie, Eben was surprised to see that she looked bored. But Halab bore a vaguely mournful look. She sat straighter and put her wine goblet on a side table. If it is not too great a request, I should like a word alone with my nephew. Theron and Caleb straightened at once. Not at all, said Theron, ducking her head in a sort of sitting bow. We have troubled you long enough as it is. I have enjoyed your company, said Halab with a smile. This is only a little matter, and afterwards I must leave for the High King's palace. Albie, will you please... Albie looked burningly curious, but she sighed and led Eben's friends away. Come, young Master Connell, she said, holding out her arm. Our gardens are nearly frozen over, but you and I can keep each other warm regardless. Eben glowered as she took them towards the staircase down. Halab gave a soft chuckle after they had gone from view. Your sister seems very taken with young Caleb. I have noticed, said Eben, mouth puckered. Again Halab laughed, and heartier this time. You should not worry. She is only having some amusement. Albie knows full well that Caleb's parents will never accept her as a bride. The words came from nowhere, and Eben sat a bit straighter in his seat. Why not? It has nothing to do with Albie herself. She will make a fine wife some day if she meets someone who knows not to get in her way. But the royalty are reluctant, shall we say, to allow us merchants any more power than they think we deserve. She smirked as though at some hidden joke just remembered. Eben frowned. I'm not sure I understand. Halab sighed. That is just as well. It is a complicated matter, and more so as time goes on. But Albie knows enough of it to keep her heart safe. She means only to have a little fun with Caleb, nothing more. In truth, Eben was more worried about Caleb than about Albie. It seemed clear to him that Albie saw Caleb as a plaything, but Caleb did not look upon her the same way. The royal boy had had many conversations with Eben on the subjects of love and intimacy and other things besides. But he pushed these thoughts aside, for he doubted that Halab wished to speak with him on matters of love or matchmaking. Now she straightened and placed her feet on the floor rather than draped along the seat and patted the spot beside her. Eben rose and went to her, just as she reached into a nearby drawer. From it she pulled a small iron trinket in the shape of an ankh. This she placed into his open palm. Here, she said, this is for you. Eben was taken aback. Thank you, dearest aunt. He looked at it curiously. The ankh was the symbol of their house and was featured upon their crest. Yet he wondered exactly why she would give him this, for it seemed to bear little purpose. She had to know they were allowed to keep few possessions in the academy. Halab must have seen some of his confusion in his eyes, for she smiled and took it from him. It is not only a trinket. Watch. She pressed the handle into the spars, and with a sharp skch, sparks sprang out from the tip. A fire striker, said Eben. He took it back, a bit more eagerly. That is most cleverly made. Specially crafted when I was a child, she said. It is of Colentin make. Among craftsmen their artisans have no equal. Thank you, he said, and this time he meant it. I will keep it with me always. That would please me, she said. Then she sighed and took his hands in hers. This brings me to the next matter. You must know by now that your father has no intention of letting you keep your inheritance. That will pass to Albie. Eben stared at his lap. She let something of that slip, he muttered. And I am sure you at least half guessed it before. You have always been a wise boy. That means you will never get your mark. The mark of their house was scarified on the skin of those who entered the family service, on the wrist of the right arm. Father had his, and Eben's brother Mamen had had one as well. Eben had long anticipated receiving his own mark, though the prospect lost some of its luster the older he grew. But he forced a smile and looked at her. Well, that is no great loss. I will be a wizard, after all. How many of our kin can say the same? Halab gave him a sad smile. I want you to know, she said softly, that if anybody parent could grant the mark, I would give it to you myself. And for those who obey me, this fire striker will serve just as well as a symbol upon your skin. You will never want for help from my house while you bear it. His eyes stung. Thank you, Halab. I am an even poorer guest now, for I have no gift in return. It is the joy of the old to provide for the young. She leaned back and took her wine goblet again. Until very recently, I half thought I should give you a dagger. The academy has not been a place free from peril, though it seems that danger is now past. Eben's mood fell, for her words drew his thoughts back to Aaron and Dasco. I suppose it no longer plagues me, nor my friends, he said carefully, but that does not mean there is no danger at all. You speak of the dean's son, yes? Aaron of the family Foradar, is it not? Yes. The rogue student, Isra, she took him, and no one knows where. Odd that she should escape both the High King's guards and the constables. I have heard even the mystics lend their eyes to the search. Eben stared at his feet, fearful she would see the torment within him if he looked at her. They say his father, Zane, the academy's dean, is favored by the High King. I met him once, the boy Aaron, I mean, briefly only, yet I would not see him come to harm. He heard again Aaron's cries for help as the boy was pulled into the streets. Unconsciously, his lips twisted in imitation of Isra's snarl. Zane Foradar has always been difficult, said Halab. There was no mistaking the irritation in her voice. To our family, I mean. Cyrus in particular earned his ire, as did your uncle Matami. At that the room fell to swift silence. Eben's gaze darted about, seeking somewhere to rest. His own wine goblet sat unattended, and he took it to refill, all the while avoiding Halab's watchful attention. The last time Eben had seen his uncle it had been when Mako killed him slow in the sewers beneath the city. Eben still remembered the empty gap where Matami's eye had been, the bloodied stumps of his fingers. He drank deep from his goblet and filled it once more. When at last he looked to Halab, her face was stony, but her eyes glinted with tears expertly held back. Mako had said that Halab would know or guess at what happened to Matami, but he had said also that she would not mention it. Sometimes it was easier that way, that the truth be known but unspoken. Halab composed herself and rose from her couch. She went to Eben with a smile that hardly seemed forced and put her hands upon his shoulders. I want you to know, Eben, that you are the closest thing to my own son, and I could want for nothing more. The pain and danger you have suffered of late weigh upon me, and I am glad such suffering has passed you by. If ever you need something from me, anything at all, you have only to ask. Eben's throat seized up. He had never heard such soft words from his own parents. Forgetting his manners, he seized Halab in a tight hug. How could I ask anything of you when already you have been my one bright light in dark times? She let him hold her for a moment and then gently urged him away. Go now, dearest nephew. I must leave, so rejoin your friends and your sister. The shadow is past. Enjoy the daylight while it remains. Hey, Chayton. He smiled in answer and held it until she left the room. Then his face fell and he put a hand to his forehead, remembering Matami's empty eye socket. Chapter 2, The Garden was like a stage play. Oh, Chapter 1 done. Chapter 1 done. The garden was like a stage play, for it was hushed and fresh, with the white snow forming a platform waiting for its actors to arrive. Oh, I forgot the timer. Whoops. Ha 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 ha. Totally not an erotica pen name. Oh. Chapter 2, The garden was like a stage play, for it was hushed and fresh, the white snow forming a platform waiting for its actors to arrive. The quiet of winter's air was like the audience standing in the pit below, breath held eagerly in anticipation, hearts thrumming with promise. Eben stepped into it, and for a moment he paused there in the door. He closed his eyes, breathing deep to take in the smell. Then, far off, he heard Albie's bright laugh. He opened his eyes with a sigh and set off down the path to find her. She and Caleb and Theron were among the hedges, walking aimlessly along winding paths. He could see from their footprints that they had walked in many circles already. Albie still held tight to Caleb's arm, and Caleb was pressed against her side, though he flushed and parted from her slightly when he saw Eben. Behind them, Theron had a long-suffering look on her face, and her relief at Eben's arrival was obvious. You and Halab must have shared heartfelt words, said Albie, smiling at him. I can see your eyes clouded in thought. We did, Eben said quietly, and she gave me this. From his pocket he withdrew the fire striker and held it up. Albie tilted her head. Why, that was Uncle Matami's. I saw him use it on the road we took here from Idris. Sometimes he would strike it absent-mindedly as we drove, his thoughts wandering elsewhere and his hand seeking something to do. That put a sick feeling in the pit of Eben's stomach. He looked at the fire striker anew. It had to be a message. Had Halab simply meant to tell Eben that she knew of Matami's death, or was it a token of forgiveness, absolving him of blame for his part in the murder? He had been silent too long, and they were staring at him. What have the three of you been speaking of? I was telling Caleb of the caravan I will soon lead, said Albie. I will take the wagons back home to Idris, though not directly, for that would bring us far too close to Dulmoon, and there is a war on, after all. First we will sail to Selvin, there to take the King's Road until it reaches the Dragon's Tooth River. We will sail upon those waters until they reach the King's Road again, and then drive east until we are home. I am most excited about the whole thing. But Eben was gaping at her. You will lead the caravan? But your age. He could almost see her hackles rise. She released Caleb's arm to put her hands on her hips, and her plump, rosy cheeks grew redder for a moment. You think me a child? I'm 14, Eben, very nearly a woman grown. Our father was my age when he led his first caravan, and Halab was even younger. Idris, yes. Theron smirked as she looked at him over Albie's head. Caleb's eyes were wide, and he looked as though he would rather be elsewhere. I meant no offense, stammered Eben. I was only surprised, that is all. A thought tickled his mind. Albie would lead this caravan, not because that was what the family wished, but because Matami was no longer there to do it himself. She lifted her chin haughtily, but some of the spark of anger died in her eyes. Well, I suppose surprise is warranted. I half died myself when Halab told me, but the more I have thought upon it, the more excited I have become. Will you not grow bored, he said, smiling to soften the words. Albie stuck her tongue out at him. I will have plenty and more to do. We are not only driving the carts, we will be trading wherever we stop. That, of course, will be managed by others. I will have some oversight, but this trip is as much for me to learn as anything else. Come now, though. I am nearly frozen through. Let us go inside and I will tell you more. They followed her back to the manor where they tramped the snow off their boots and removed them. She then led them upstairs to a sitting room, smaller than the one where they often met with Halab. A servant at the door stepped forwards, but Theron spoke before he could even open his mouth. Yes, wine, please. Something fine. She blinked and looked at Eben as if it were an afterthought. That is, if you do not mind. I never learned my noble graces. Not at all, said Eben. With all of the news Albie had told him, he thought he could rather use a drink. As they waited for the wine, Albie took a table and put it in the center of the couches. Then she leaned over, putting objects and trinkets at various places, naming them for the cities she would visit upon her route. And Eben noticed that whenever she leaned forwards or back, she brushed against Caelim's arm. Here is Garsek, where we will land first. Then we will follow the road west until it turns south and reaches Cabris. We will stay there a little while. There is no better place to find steel in all of Selvin. Then it is a journey of many days to Redbrook, with little on the road to entertain, and that sits upon the Dragon's Tail. In each city and perhaps some of the towns we will stay a short while in order to trade some goods for others or for coin, and of course to find new guards if we should need them. The wine came, and Theron drained her cup at once before handing it back to the servant. The man refilled it and then left the bottle for them. Why should you need to find new guards, said Theron. Why, if anyone should die, of course, said Albie simply. A caravan should always travel with at least half as many wagoners and guards as it needs. The roads are not safe in these days of war, and if some of our men should be waylaid or shit themselves to death from foreign water, who will keep our goods moving safely? Eben balked, and Caleb spit up the little sip of wine he had just taken. To hear Albie speak so plainly of men's deaths, it made Eben feel suddenly lightheaded, as though he had found himself in a dream. Who was this young woman who sat before him? Where was young Albie, whose eyes would shine when he told her his dreams of the academy? It seemed impossible she had changed so much in the short time he had been here upon the seat, yet the only other explanation was that she had ceased to be a little girl some time ago. And he was only just beginning to realize it. Theron laughed at her frank words while Caleb turned red. Albie saw his reaction and giggled, putting a hand on his arm. Do I shock you, dear Caleb? You must understand, I spent 2 months on wagons traveling here from Idris, and wagoners have bawdy tongues. I would guess I could teach you a thing or two of language. Then her eyes brightened, and she gently slapped his arm. Caleb, you must make me a promise. Once you have finished your studies in the academy, you must let me take you upon a trip. Some caravan on a long route across the 9 lands, perhaps not even to Idris. I think we might have more fun other places. Her eyes flashed while Caleb's grew wide and starry, but Eben scowled in disgust. Albie's relentless flirting seemed harmless enough most of the time, but she never left well enough alone. Eben stood quickly. We should leave. Albie frowned at him. What? But the day is young. Hey, Wordwin! Greetings! It was Halab's invitation that brought us here in the first place, yet she is gone, and we continue to take her hospitality. Besides, I have an appointment at the academy. And that, in fact, was true. Astoria waited for him there, the way she did every day, their visits born half from Eben's desire to help and half from his own guilt. Then why do you not go yourself and leave your friends here, said Albie. Caleb looked like he might agree, but Eben took him by the arm and lifted him up at once. I'm not the only one with duties at the Citadel, he said, and fixed Theron with a meaningful look. Her eyes darkened, and she rose as well. You were right. I had hoped you would accompany me in my chores this evening, Caleb. Caleb's mouth turned down in a frown, and he lowered his eyes. In the manner, it was easy to forget about Aaron and Ezra and Dasko, but now Eben had brought memory back to the fore. Of course, he said quietly. It was my pleasure to see you again, Lady Drayden. Albie, I beg of you. Lady Drayden sounds ever too formal for such a dear heart as yourself. She held his hand tightly in hers until at last he kissed her fingers. Eben gave her a brusque hug, and Theron clasped her wrists before he could finally usher his friends out the door and back into the snowy streets. That seemed a bit rushed, said Caleb. Chapter 3, that seemed a bit rushed, said Caleb as they trudged on. I had forgotten about the time and remembered all at once, said Evan. It was a lie, and likely Caleb could hear it in his voice, but just now he did not care over much. Butts! Ooh, I want to see butts. Yay, butts. All about them butts. About them butts. Wait, you have actual emotes? Are you a Twitch partner? How do you have emotes? Oh, cool. Butts. They said little else before they reached the academy. Its iron doors stood closed against the chill, but they opened easily. Without thinking, they made for one of the side halls, but a shrill cry stopped them all in their tracks. "Snow!" cried Melly. The little old door guard thrust a spindly finger at their boots and held it there quivering. Her eyes glowed with madness, almost like mage light. "Yes, Melly," the three muttered in unison. They went to the side of the frozen door where an iron grate lay over a pit and tramped the snow off of their feet. Melly paced behind them like a sellsword general before her troops. When they were done, they stepped away, but Melly snatched Eben's arm and held him still, then lifted his boot up to inspect it as though he were a horse and she about to shoe him. Fine, fine, she muttered. "Snow! Gets everywhere, it does. Everything wet. Ugh!" She's like Anakin Skywalker with sand. It's cold, it's wet, it gets everywhere. They slipped away as quick as they could, making for the stairs to the dormitories, but once again they were brought up short, this time by Gia. The instructor stopped suddenly in front of them, sandy hair pulled into its usual tight bun. "Eben, Caleb," she said briskly, "I must see you in the dining hall this evening, 9 o'clock. Do not be late." That made them pause. Eben looked to Caleb and Caleb back at him, but each was as confused as the other. "Of course, instructor," said Eben, "but may I ask—" But she had moved on as soon as he had agreed, and the question died on his lips. "What could she want?" said Caleb. No, Melly with snow is like Anakin Skywalker with sand. "You do not think—" Theron let the words hang. "She cannot know about our friend," said Evan firmly, meaning Dasco. "If she did, if anyone did, we would be greeted by an assembly intent on capturing us. We would not be summoned to a late-night meeting. But come, we are almost late. Our friend needs tending to." "I know that," said Theron, scowling. "See to your own affairs." "Until tomorrow, then." Caleb set off towards the grounds, but Theron did not follow him at once. "Go. I will be there in a moment." Once Caleb obeyed, she turned to Eben. "You should not think so harshly of him." Eben blinked. "Harshly? What do you mean?" "He is young and likely cannot help the way he feels about your sister." A moment passed before he understood. He shook his head and scowled. "You think I am upset with Caleb? You misunderstand me. It is my sister who behaves foolishly." Theron cocked her head. "But she is scarcely older than he is. It is the same thing." He shook his head quickly. Shaking his head a lot. A moment passed before he understood, and when he did, he scowled. "You think I'm upset with Caleb? You must understand me. It is my sister who behaves foolishly." Theron cocked her head. "But she is scarcely older than he is. It is the same thing." He shook his head quickly. "I might once have thought so, but no longer. She is growing up a bit too fast." And while she has a good heart, I see too much of my family in her. She plays with him and with his affection. I am only trying to keep him from pain. She gave him a sad smile. That will never work forever. But do as you will. I only wanted to mention it. Then she turned and left him. Evan glowered as he made his way up the stairs to Estrella's dormitory. It was all well and good for Theron to dismiss the matter brewing between Caleb and Albie. If the two of them were to have a falling out, Theron would not be the one caught between a sibling and a best friend who would not speak to each other. Then again, the thought of the two of them avoiding each other had much more appeal than the present situation. Perhaps mayhap. Oh, we didn't do a mayhap check? Got to export a new ebook because otherwise I'm going to be seeing mayhaps everywhere, and it's going to act counter to the purpose. This, by the way, is the sort of thing that we're trying to that these read-throughs and this stuff is to fix. Like when Karen did these books, edited these books already, but like I said, we've learned a lot through working through 6 books together. Like when she first became my editor and she did Mind Mage's Wrath and Firemage's Vengeance and then started work on Nightblade, like that rule, the mayhap rule, wasn't in my style sheet. It was a rule in my own head, but not in the style sheet. And I didn't do a final read through after Karen went through it where I would have caught stuff like that. So since then, I put in the mayhap rule, and so now that's in the style sheet. Now that's a thing she checks for, but this is why we're doing this step, is because like little things like that where not just like, I'm like, it's not that long since this book was written and published. It's not like I've become like some like massively better writer, but like I've learned more about the whole process and like the rules that go into it and everything like that. All right. He had reached the door he sought, so he pushed his thoughts aside and stepped in. Among the many chairs in the common room beyond, he spied little Estrella where she sat by the fireplace. It burned low, and Eben threw a new log upon the flames before he turned and sat in the chair beside her. She did not so much as lift her gaze. "Good eve," Eben said quietly. "How do you fare?" "Same as always," she murmured. He swallowed. "I do not have as much time as I wish," he said. "Gia needs me for something this evening, though I know not what." Her brow creased, and she folded her arms across her chest. "Very well. I have said often enough you do not need to come and see me if you are busy. I would not leave you alone. Not after... Her eyes flashed as she looked at him. He fell silent. He did not like to talk of Ezra, who had been like a sister to her. She did not like to talk of Ezra, who had been like a sister to her. Eben supposed he could not blame her. He decided to change tack. "Why do we not take a walk upon the grounds?" he said, sitting up in his armchair. "It is cold, but in a bracing sort of way. The air might do you good. You hardly ever leave the citadel." "That is the way I want it," said Estrella. "It is not good to stay cooped up, now more than ever. Come with me. It will be only a little walk." She rolled her eyes and for a moment reminded him strikingly of Albie, though the two of them could not have looked more different. Very well. She rose and followed him from the room, but he could not miss the morose stoop in her shoulders. Outside, the air was bracing indeed. It made him gasp as it first splashed across his face, and Estrella huddled closer under her cloak. But after a few minutes of walking, the blood began to flow, and his breath did not come quite so shaky. Estrella, despite the deep scowl she kept upon her face, began to move more easily as well. After a time, she even threw back her hood. The night was dark now, but the academy's grounds were lit by many lanterns hanging from the walls. "How have you been feeling?" said Eben after a while. "I'm fine," she grated, "only I'm sick of you and others asking me that, or some other version of it, as though you think some lever will be pulled within me, and one day I will answer you with a wide smile." "My apologies," said Eben. "It is only we worry for you. Why should you? You see me every day in class, after all." Eben tried to remember how Halab had spoken to him before, so kind and gentle. "Is there any way I can help? Do you need anything?" She looked away to hide her eyes. "Other than for Isra to return, and for all of this to be a terrible dream?" She's a little bit old. She looked away to hide her eyes. "I want Isra to return and to discover..." "I want Isra to return. I want this all to be a terrible dream." After a moment, he saw her shoulders quivering. He put out an awkward arm to drape across them. "I know she was like a sister," he said quietly. "I cannot imagine what I would feel if my own sister were taken from me this way." "Of course you cannot imagine it," said Estrella sharply, but immediately she ducked her head. "I'm sorry, I did not mean that. It is all right." When she looked at him again, her eyes were wet. "She always looked after me. In our orphanage, sometimes food would be scarce. She would share hers with me so I would not get so hungry. Some other children liked to bully me, but Isra never let them get away with it. She could tumble anyone, even children larger than her. I have often become lonely here at the academy. I've often wished I had parents to write home to, or who would come and visit me. But during the day I could always go and see Isra, and she began to cry in earnest, burying her face in the front of Eben's rows. He held her tightly, awkwardly. With one hand he gently patted her hair. Her words echoed in his mind, giving him a feeling of vague unease. The Isra Estrella praised so highly... The girl Estrella spoke so highly of was nothing like the Isra he had known. He still had dreams, sometimes waking, sometimes in his sleep. Excuse me. Of Isra's mad eyes as she tried to kill him. He still saw Valley, his neck snapped on the stone wall, and Oren pierced by dozens of knives in the dining hall. How could the monster who did those deeds have been so loved by this innocent, sweet girl? It seemed even the worst sort of people had some good in them. If that was so, the reverse must also be true. And so he said, not as a comfort, but as a lesson, even the best people have some evil in them. Estrella pulled away from him and kept walking. Yet the same deeds might be called evil in some. But some people do worse things and no one calls them evil. If Ezra were rich like Lilith, I think some people would help her. People might not call her a villain. Lilith received no special privilege because of her wealth, said Eben. I saw her while she was under the knives of the mystics. It was horrible. She was like a broken creature. The girl shook her head. Not a rejection, but a refusal to hear. Eben almost pressed the point, but then the Academy's bell began to ring. 9 times it called out. Blast, said Eben. I am late. Gia requested me. I will come and see you again tomorrow, I swear it. Estrella only shrugged. Every day, she muttered. Every day the same. He put an arm around her shoulders and ushered her back inside through one of the white cedar doors. All right, and that's my break time. Gonna take a quick one, and I'll be back in 5 or 10. Bump, ba-da-da-da-dump. Chapter 4. Once Stray was on her way up the stairs, Eben ran for the dining hall. When he reached its wide oak doors, he nearly ran full on into Caleb, who had come from the other direction. "At least I will not be the only one who is late," said Eben. "I lost track of the hour," said Caleb, wheezing hard. He had never been athletic. "After she visited our friend, Theron required some consolation." Eben frowned. "Is everything all right?" Caleb's brows shot for the ceiling. "Of course not, Eben. How can you even ask that?" He grimaced. Later. They pushed open the doors and entered the dining hall, but both of them froze in the doorway, for they found they were not the only ones present. Many other students had been called, and all of them were sitting at a few tables near the entrance. Some looked up curiously to see them standing there, but most kept their eyes on Gia. The instructor stood at the head of the little group, watching them all with a keen eye. She seemed ready to give a speech, but it did not appear she had started yet. As soon as she saw Eben and Caleb, she waved them to the benches at once. Come, sit, she said. "There we are. Excellent. Now I believe we may begin." The other students began to quiet down, but Caleb whispered quickly into Eben's ear. "Why are we here but not Theron? What is this?" Eben shrugged. Gia lifted her chin. "This," she began, "is a dangerous time, not only for the Academy nor for the seat, but for all of Underrealm. The High King is beset on all sides, and she requires the help of every one of us to preserve the 9 kingdoms." She paused for a moment. The dining hall settled to silence. Eben and Caleb stared at each other. Eben was even more mystified than before. Suddenly, Gia shook her head as if she had remembered something. "Yes, she requires our help," she went on, "but some may help more than others. Some have greater strength of arms, or spells in our case. Some have larger armies, and some have deeper pockets. These must aid her according to..." These must aid her according to their means. These must aid her according to their means, but it begins at the very roots, with each one of us, and not with the grand schemes of the kingdoms. Who better to defend Underrealm against its enemies than the noble families of which you are a part? A short time ago, Lilith had the wise idea to form a group of you for just such a purpose. The Goldbag Society, I believe she called it, though it is an uncouth name. Eben's blood ran cold. He looked at Caleb. The boy's face had gone elf-white. A quick glance around the room confirmed it. Eben saw no one there but the children of merchants and royalty. These were the same children Lilith had called together when she was under Ezra's mind word. Gia spoke on, but Eben could scarcely hear the words. He leaned over to whisper in Caleb's ear, "She is here." "She cannot be," said Caleb. "How could..." "No time for wondering now," said Eben. "Go and fetch Theron as quickly as ever you can. And tell her to bring Kikit's amulet." Caleb nodded, but then gave Gia a wary look. Slowly he stood from his bench. Gia seemed to take no notice, but only continued her speech. Step by step, Caleb backed away, edging towards the door of the dining hall. Some students caught the motion and stared, but Gia droned on regardless. It was as though she did not even see him. Eben's stomach did a flip-flop. Caleb turned and ran, vanishing into the Academy's hallways. Eben looked about him carefully. Other than the few tables near the front, the dining hall. The dining hall was nearly empty, but there at the back of the hall he spied the doorways leading into the kitchens, which were now dark and looked abandoned. One of the doors was ajar. He stood from his bench and walked towards it. Gia took no more notice of him than she had of Caleb, though some of the students watched him go. He hesitated on the threshold of the kitchens for a long moment, trying to let his eyes adjust to the darkness, but when last he could see inside, no one was in sight. Heart thundering in his ears, he stepped into the darkness. The dish room was empty. An oak door in the corner opened into the kitchens proper, and Eben saw that it too was ajar. He crept carefully forwards, muffling each footstep as best he could. It was darker still inside. No lanterns were lit here, and no windows let in the moon's light. He longed to reach for his power so that his eyes might help light the way, but then he might be seen. So he crept forwards, avoiding the tables around him, which might send dishes clattering to the floor if he bumped them. The air smelled of meat left out too long. He thought he could hear a murmuring drawing near, and then from the next room he caught a faint glow, but something was wrong about it. In its light he could see shapes, but not their color or distance. It was like an awareness rather than true sight. His mind hurt, and his eyes kept shuddering away from it. He stepped into the doorway. It was a storeroom, and here at last there was moon's light from a window high in the wall. There were barrels and sacks in great piles all around the place, and crates stacked in its center. In one corner sat a girl in the robes of an academy student, only they were filthy and threadbare, and Evan thought he could smell them from where he stood. Her hair was just as dirty and hung lank around her shoulders. It was Isra. The glow that shone from her eyes sent a lance of pain through Evan's head. She was facing away from him, but it leaked around her edges like a malicious, oozing thing, a poison that sought the mouth and nose to slither in and choke the breath. At first he could not force himself to move or even to think. When at last he did, he grew curious what it was that she was doing. She remained hunched over, her back to him, and the feverish rasping of her voice bounced harsh off the stone walls into his ears. He took one step forwards, every moment a skipping of the heart, a fearsome clenching in his gut. A few paces in from the door, he could at last see what it was she held in her hand. It was a lantern. At first he thought that was where the black glow was coming from, but then, looking again, he realized it was coming from her eyes. He remembered something Caleb and Theron had told him about a black glow in the eyes. Then it came to him in a flash. Mage stones. At once he realized what must have happened. Gia had called the assembly in the dining hall under Isra's control. Somehow the girl had got her hands on mage stones, and she was using the power of mind word once again. Evan realized he could do no good here. Quickly he backed away. He was almost to the door. He did not think he had made a noise, but Isra stopped chanting. Her head jerked up, and then it turned around. Drayden, she growled. An unseen force snatched him up. He flew through the air and into a shelf of pots, and now made up for all the clatter he had avoided while sneaking in. The dishes scattered everywhere, and after his hushed entrance it sounded like the breaking of the world. But was it loud enough for the other students to hear from the dining hall? Isra's magic clutched him around the throat. She hoisted him up until his feet dangled helplessly above the stone floor. He gasped for breath as stars burst in his vision. This is a gift beyond reckoning, said Isra, walking towards him. The black glow in her eyes had increased. Now Evan thought the sight of it might drive him mad. I could not have planned for you to be the first to die tonight, yet here you are, delivered as though upon a platter. A flash of silver in the moonlight caught his eye, and in Isra's hand she still held the silver lantern over which she had been chanting. He could see something inside it, some faint and twisting light, pale and green, spinning in and around itself like the threads of a tapestry over and over again without end. But he could hardly spare a thought for it while he hung in Isra's grip. Then from nowhere a blast of power rocked the kitchens, and Isra flew through the air. She crashed into another shelf of dishes, sending them flying in all directions. They were wood, and none broke, but the clatter was deafening. The magic holding Evan vanished, but he was unprepared for it and landed hard on his hands and knees with a cry of pain. Isra tried to find her feet, but the magic struck her again, and she flipped over backwards. Evan heard the crack of her shoulder on a carving table. He looked in the direction he had come. There stood Theron, and beside her was Caleb. The boy's eyes were alight as he touched his magic, though Evan knew not what he hoped to do. Beside him there was no glow in Theron's eyes at all, yet she held her hands aloft, and Evan knew it was she who had attacked Isra. He could not see, but he knew that beneath her robes was Kakit's amulet, which gave her magic the strength to match Isra's. Across the kitchen, Isra snarled as she fought her way to standing at last. Dark light flared in her eyes, and she threw a contemptuous hand through the air. Yet if she hoped to bat Theron away like some child, she was disappointed. Theron's magic met her, and it matched her. Then Evan saw a ripple in the air, forming a wall that swept around Isra like a cage. Isra gritted her teeth as she blasted it, but the rippling air held firm. "Are you whole, Evan?" said Theron, though she spoke through a clenched jaw herself. "I am." He went to stand by her. "Can you hold her? Shall we fetch an instructor?" "She is," but the words were cut off. Isra screamed, and Evan felt the room shudder as Theron's barrier was cast aside. Before he could blink, Isra flung the silver lantern she had been holding at them. It clattered to the ground at their feet, but its glass did not break. Then Isra ran into the storeroom and leapt. Magic lifted her towards the ceiling, and she vanished through the high window into the grounds beyond. Theron made to go after her, but Evan looked at the lamp on the ground. He saw the light within it. It was spinning faster and faster now, and blazing with a fury like the sun. Now the kitchen shone as if it were daylight. "Down!" he cried, and snatching Caleb's collar, he tackled Theron behind the storeroom's crates. Thum! The air was racked by an explosion. There were no flames, no heat. Instead, it was as though an unseen battering ram struck everything in the room at once. Crates from the pile rained down atop them, but Theron batted them away with her magic. All around, sacks of flour and barrels of grain burst, coating the room in white dust and small brown kernels of wheat. All fell silent. Slowly Evan got to his feet, but Theron did not hesitate. The moment she had shoved off the last crate, she jumped up and leapt through the window where Isra had vanished. Evan hauled Caleb up and ran through the kitchens. There was the door leading outside, and they burst through it together. Winter's air blasted them, and Caleb huddled against him on instinct. They met Theron outside, where she stood with hands raised, but the grounds were empty. Fresh snow fell from the sky, covering everything. No one was there. No figure in a black robe could be spotted against the white. Isra had escaped. "Darkness take me," said Theron, kicking a great fountain of snow into the air. "I thought we had her for certain." "What is she doing here?" said Caleb. "I thought she left the seat." "We all did," said Theron. "It would have been the wise thing to do. I do not know what she hopes to achieve by being here." "Do you not?" said Evan. "She called all the gold bags together, every merchant's son, every royal son and daughter." He shuddered as he remembered Lilith's cold, lifeless voice saying the words, prodded by Isra's mind word. Every merchant's child. Every royal son and daughter. He shuddered as he remembered Lilith's cold, lifeless voice saying the words, prodded by Ezra's mind-word. But where is Aaron, he said suddenly, as the thought struck him. If she is here, Aaron must be nearby. Or dead, muttered Theron. Eben was about to respond, but Caleb raised a hand to point. Look, he said quietly. His quivering voice silenced them both. Going to either side of him, Eben and Theron followed his outstretched finger, yet Eben saw nothing untoward. What is it, Caleb? The window. She jumped out the window, and yet it took another moment. Then Theron gave a sharp hissing gasp, and Eben saw it in the same instant. There was only one set of tracks in the snow, and they led right to Theron. Ezra had leapt through the high window above, and then had vanished without so much as a footprint. Chapter 5. We must tell the instructors at once, said Caleb. He took 2 quick steps, running back towards the academy's white cedar doors, but Theron snatched his collar and hauled him back around like a mother with an unruly kitten. We must do nothing of the sort, she snapped. We can do nothing of the sort. I hold the amulet, Caleb, or had you forgotten? How do you mean to explain that to them? Caleb blinked. His mouth opened, then shut without releasing words, but in another heartbeat he shook his head. No, we must tell them, Theron. Everyone thinks Ezra has left the seat, but she remains here. She infiltrated the academy itself. If they do not know they are in danger, they can do nothing to protect themselves. Those words come easily to you. It will not be your neck upon the chopping block if the amulet is found. We cannot afford any attention now, not while we still hold a magical artifact beyond the King's Law, not to mention that we hold Dasco in Mindward. Eben caught Caleb's uneasy look. Theron, we cannot simply ignore this. What do you mean to do, then? Theron's shout was sudden and loud, and it looked like it surprised even her. Shall we run inside and find Perrin and say, Instructor Perrin, we saw Ezra, Instructor Perrin, and her eyes glowed black, but I defeated her, for I wore Kakit's amulet and used my strength of mage stones against her. Oh yes, I should likely have mentioned that Kakit's amulet is not in fact missing, but is about my neck. The High King has declared martial law, Eben. I will not receive mercy. The constables will execute me if the mystics do not get their hands on me first. Caleb spread his hands. Eben, do you really mean to let everyone carry forwards in ignorance? It seemed an impossible question. Eben looked back and forth between his friends but found no words to speak. In the end, he shrugged. I cannot go against Theron in this, Caleb. She has the most to lose if we tell the whole truth, but Theron, neither do I think we can keep this only to ourselves. Theron's jaw clenched. She looked up at the window and then at the snow where no footprints showed Ezra's passage. Then all at once the fight went out of her. Her shoulders sagged and her head drooped. I know, she said. I know it. Damn her. Damn her for coming back. Eben put a hand on her shoulder. We will not tell them about the amulet, of course not. Only we must find the right lie to tell. Caleb's mouth soured at that, but he held his peace. Theron did not seem wholly convinced. We could tell Gia. Mayhap we could tell her we came upon Ezra by surprise. Not Gia, said Eben quickly. She is the one under Mindward. We must tell someone else. Perrin, as you said. Though not the words you said, of course. Perrin, as you said. Though not the words you said, of course. Yes, said Caleb, but still he looked unhappy, but he gave a grudging nod. Yes, Perrin might believe us, especially you, Eben. Then let us make our story. Quickly they built the lie, and then they ran into the academy and through the halls to Perrin's classroom. They found her at the front of the room, sitting at her desk. She stood at once as they burst through the door. What's this? Instructor Perrin, said Eben, trying to fill his voice with panic. We saw her. We saw Ezra. Perrin's eyes sharpened at once. What? Where? In the kitchen. She was doing something. I'm not sure what. We had grown hungry, and I thought to sneak in for a snack. I know that is not allowed, and I am sorry. Never mind that, said Perrin. She started for the door. Where is she now? Eben put up his hands to stop her, though it felt like a mouse trying to stop a bear. She is gone. Whatever she was doing, we startled her. She attacked us with spells, said Theron. I fought her off, but barely. She fled after throwing this at us. She held aloft a silver lantern. Perrin snatched it from her hand like a venomous serpent. She went into a high cupboard, gingerly placed the lantern inside, and then locked it. What happened when she threw it at you? Said Perrin. How are you? Eben nodded. The explosion. I saw a light brewing within it, and something told me to run. We barely got out of the way in time. He felt a glimmer of relief. It was much easier to tell that part of the story, for it was true. Very well, said Perrin. I will fetch some of the others. The 3 of you must go to your dormitories immediately. She pushed past them into the hallway. Caleb put a hand on her arm. Instructor, there is one more thing. He looked anxiously back and forth down the hallway. A pair of anxious tears leaked from the corners of his eyes, and Eben marveled at his ability to act, though considering the circumstances, he likely did not have to reach far to summon the terror in his eyes. I know I should not know of this, but Theron said Ezra was more powerful than she had been before, and her eyes glowed black, Instructor. Perrin's ruddy features went pale. Carefully, she removed Caleb's hand from where it rested and then pointed at the three of them. Into bed with all of you. Now, do not leave for any reason and tell no one of what you have seen. Do you understand? But what about Gia, said Eben. She is in the dining hall speaking to some other students, and she will not answer when anyone tries to speak to her. Something is wrong with her. Mind word, Perrin whispered, almost too soft for them to hear. Then she roared, Bed! Now! They all jumped and hurried off as she thundered down the hallway in the other direction. Eben looked to his friends as they walked. Do you think it will work? The die is cast, murmured Theron. We have no choice now but to see where it will fall. Eben did not follow Perrin's instructions at once and went to his common room rather than straight to bed. There he waited a while until the door opened and some other students came in. He saw Nella among them and jumped up from his seat to catch her eye. What happened? He said. She stopped short and regarded him carefully. As one of Lilith's friends, Nella had never been exactly friendly with Eben, but after the two of them fought beside each other on the day the High King's seat was attacked, Eben had always felt a sort of mutual grudging respect between them. Several instructors interrupted the meeting, said Nella. They took Instructor Gia away with them. Was she all right? She fought them. Her eyes shifted away from his face. I've never quite seen the like of it. First she screamed, and then she thrashed in their arms. She even tried to turn herself, with were-magic, I mean, but Perrin dispelled it. By the time they removed her, she was speaking nonsense. Then they told us to come straight to bed. Her gaze fell away, and she pushed past him into her dormitory. After the door shut behind her, Eben stared at it for a long time before his mind returned to the present. He shook himself and returned to an armchair before the hearth. Since the moment he and Caleb had begun to suspect something was wrong, they had hardly had any time to think. Now he watched the flickering, writhing orange and red of the fire, his mind racing, unable to banish the memory of the black glow in his eyes. Why would she still be here? Wisdom would have commanded her to leave the seat as quickly as she could, but clearly wisdom did not rule her mind now. Eben knew little of the madness that mage stones could bring, but he thought he knew enough. Then he shot straight up in the armchair. Did this mean that Aaron, the dean's son, also remained on the seat? It would make sense. He got up and very nearly ran from the common room and downstairs, but with his hand on the door he paused. If he had only just come to this conclusion, Dean Foradar certainly would have thought of it already. It would do no one any good for Eben to come running to the instructors and tell them, and it might call more attention down upon him, mayhap even suspicion. Damn the suspicion, he thought. He saw in his mind Aaron's terrified eyes as Ezra dragged the boy away, but another moment passed and he let his hand fall from the door. Though it made his gut clench in self-loathing, he feared to draw any more attention than they already had. He returned to the armchair, and there he remained until dawn's light began to shine through the windows. Once it did, he washed himself and made his way to the dining hall. Theron and Caleb were not there yet, and so he filled 3 bowls with porridge for them and himself. As each appeared, he flagged them down with a wave, and soon they sat eating quietly. Have you heard? Caleb began. No one has heard anything yet, Caleb, said Theron. They fell to silence again. At last, when most of the students had assembled in the hall, the faculty came in. Eben studied them carefully. All looked haggard, and he doubted any of them had slept a wink. At their head was Dean Foradar. His eyes looked haunted, troubled in a way Eben could not define. It sent a shiver through Eben's limbs. When the instructors had settled themselves into their seats, Zane tapped his cup on the table for silence. He hardly needed to. The dining hall had fallen to a quiet murmur the second the faculty had appeared. Students, Zane began. Last night there was an attack, though not a fatal one, and thank the sky for that. In recent weeks we have tried hard to keep the rumor from yours, but I do not doubt that you have all heard it. Ezra, once a student here, is the academy killer. He paused for a moment, and Eben saw his jaw twitching. What he had not said, and likely would not say, was that Ezra had taken his son Aaron as well. When he had composed himself, he went on. We, along with the constables and mystics who searched for her, thought that she had fled the seat, but last night she returned. A hushed gasp rippled through the students. Zane did not try to shush it, but instead regarded them all carefully. Yes, she was here, and she tried to kill 3 students who came upon her in the kitchens. By sheer luck, they survived. The next time we might not be so fortunate. Eben heard the words twist in Zane's mouth, and it made his heart skip a beat. But Zane went on steadily. There is something else, another thing you should all know. What I am about to tell you goes against the ruling of past deans for many, many long years. But I was once a student here, as you are now. I know we have all heard things of which it is forbidden to speak aloud, but I will speak them aloud now, for I believe that it is more dangerous to remain silent. Ezra is an abomination, an eater of mage stones. The hall burst into tumult. Some students stood from their benches in fear, while others simply sat in place and cowered. Eben felt stunned. It had seemed dangerous enough last night when Caleb had said the word to Instructor Perrin. Now it felt as though Zane had stood before them all and spouted curses like a common dockhand. He hardly knew what to think. Zane let the noise continue for a moment, but then he raised his hands. Silence! Silence! I do not tell you this to frighten you, any more than you should be frightened at any rate, though that may be a fair bit. I tell you this so that you know. Ezra is not to be approached. She is not to be regarded with anything but fear. If you should catch sight of her, you must not try to fight her or capture her. She can command you with a whispered word, and you will have no choice but to obey. But then there is no hope. In the middle of the hall, one student rose from her bench with a cry. Her pale skin was even paler now with fright. We should leave. All of us should leave. How can you hope to stop her? If you were to leave, no one could blame you, said Zane. That is one reason I tell you this now. If you or your families wish to leave the academy for your own... If you wish to leave the academy for your own safety, or if your family wishes to withdraw you, I would not call it an unwise choice, and you should make it with both eyes open. But as for Isra, I said that you all must not fight her. I did not say that we would not, for magestones make a wizard powerful, but not all powerful. Even an abomination can be stopped. Sometimes they can even be saved. That silenced them. The girl who had spoken slowly sank back into her seat. To either side of the dean, instructors looked uncomfortably at their hands. Only Perrin kept her gaze upon him, unflinching at his words, though they bordered on blasphemy. Eben noticed that Dasko hardly seemed to be listening to the speech. His eyes were far away, and every so often his shoulder twitched as though he were flinching away from something. Eben leaned forwards, his knuckles pressed into the wooden table. Yes, it is true. Since the time of the Wizard Kings, generations of deans have forbidden you who study here from having this knowledge. In times past I might have understood why, but now things are different. Underrealm is at war, and magestones, though still beyond the king's law, are more common than they have been in a long while. Only knowledge can save us now, knowledge of the good and the evil alike. We here, the instructors and I, will keep you safe to the best of our ability, but we cannot do it without your help. You must be ever wary and ever vigilant. You must come to us at once if you see anything odd going on, a friend acting out of sorts, or an instructor whose mind goes vacant and wandering. We can stop Isra, but not by hiding in the dark from truths that have been kept from us for too long. The dining hall was dead quiet. Someone nearby shifted their feet on the floor, and it seemed to Eben as loud as a breaking branch. That is all, Zane said. If you have questions or wish to speak to anyone of this, please see your instructors in class. He turned and left the dining hall. The moment the door swung shut behind him, whispers burst out in the hall, but when Eben and his friends looked to each other, none of them uttered a word. Done chapter. Yum. Chapter 6. Zane's speech was not the last time Isra and her magestones were mentioned that day. In Perrin's class just after breakfast, she spoke of it again and invited questions from the students. None were asked. The students were second years, and most were timid, and likely few of them knew anything of magestones at all. Eben withheld his tongue because he knew more about magestones than he wished to, and he did not want to draw any attention to himself after the events of the night before. In the library that afternoon, Caleb and Theron told him that their classes had been much the same, except in those cases many questions had been asked, and Eben was chilled to hear that one student has asked if they could not use magestones against Isra to procure their own supply and thus defeat her. That idea had been immediately shouted down, but the fact that it had been voiced at all, Eben shuddered to think of such an idea being put into action. Well, he remembered the days after the attack on the High King's seat when everyone had been fearful and solemn. Now that mood had returned again, only worse. Then they had been afraid of some enemy from far lands. Now a foe was in their very midst, and she had once broken bread with them all. She had slept beneath the same roof, and worse, no one knew where she had gone or where she might be. The weight of that terror was heavy upon them all. I do not understand, said Eben. How could she have vanished? No one knows, said Theron. They only know that she did. They say the academy was searched from top to bottom, said Caleb, but she was not found in any room. They searched in teams, and all kept careful watch to make sure that she would not trick them with mind word, but they saw no trace of her. They studied in worried silence after that. It seemed an eternity before the final study bell rang. Eben rose from his armchair with a sigh of relief. He joined his friends in the dining hall, but found he had no appetite. He had an appointment that evening in the city. The events of the night before had made him reconsider going out, for Isra might be anywhere, but in the end Eben decided that Isra would hardly expect him to be out in plain sight on the streets and would not know where he was going in any case. He would only encounter her by the most terrible of luck, and even he did not think that poorly of his own fortune. So, with blood rising to his cheeks, he excused himself and left the hall. Caleb and Theron were too preoccupied to notice his embarrassment. Winter ran its persistent fingers up and down his skin as he stepped through the academy's front door. He quickened his steps to get the blood flowing and headed west towards the blue door as he had so often before. Only now he did not mean to pass through it. His heart skipped a beat, though the day's worries plagued his thoughts and they were reluctant to leave him. He swore silently to himself that he would not spend the evening voicing such concerns to Adara. This night was about the two of them, not him alone. When at last he reached the blue door, Adara gave him a smile and a nod. The snow dusting her mantle told the tale of how long she had spent waiting. She had chosen to wear his family's color, a golden dress with a cloak that was a few shades darker. The hood was lined with fur, which she blew into to warm herself. The moment she saw Eben, her face lit like a kindled lantern, but then the light was doused at once, and she gave him a nervous smile. It pleased him a bit, the thought that mayhap she was as anxious as he was. "My love," she murmured. He took her in his arms. "Your love? I would argue that you were mine." She smiled. Her smile broadened. Then she put his arm in hers and led him away. He expected another lengthy walk, but after only 2 blocks she stopped before a wooden door, this one unpainted. It stood between a tavern on one side and a building on the other that looked like a cobbler's shop. The buildings were pressed tight together so that it seemed they crowded the doors to Adara's home. "Here it is," she said breathlessly. "Would you like—" The words trailed off. She waved a graceful hand at the handle. At the knob. Eben tried to speak, but his throat was suddenly bone dry, and so he gave it up. The handle turned easily under his fingers. As they swung open, the hinges gently squeaked. There was a short staircase, short but steep. He tramped the snow off before he climbed its steps, thankful he had remembered it and not made a slob of himself. A little railing helped him make the climb. And then there he was, Adara's home. It was small but not cramped. He guessed she did not want for more space since many of her needs were seen to by the Guild of Lovers. The windows at the front of the room drew attention at once. Evan guessed that each looked out over the front door of the tavern and the cobbler's, respectively. The evening light they illuminated the room so that it did not yet need lamps. Tucked in one corner was her bed. It was nothing so ornate as the silk-sheeted thing behind the blue door, though Evan noted with a blush that it seemed just as sturdy. On the other side of the room was a bureau, as well as a closet that stood out from the wall. Finally, before one of the windows was a small table with 2 chairs, behind which was a low cabinet that looked like it might hold wine, or Eben realized mead, for Adara favored it. Where there was color, sashes over the windows, the bureau's trim, the bedspread, it was deep muted blue, the perfect contrast to the dress and cloak she now wore. Adara stood behind him now, hands clasped before her, fingers rubbing against each other anxiously. Her eyes were wide as they remained on him. It was so utterly unlike the Adara he was accustomed to. She smiled as he looked at her, though it seemed somewhat forced. "Well, I know it is nothing so grand as my room at the Guild, nor certainly your family's. It is wonderful. It is just like you," he said quietly. Then he realized how that might sound, so he spoke hastily to correct himself. "I mean only that it is warm and beautiful and does not seem to try too hard to be beautiful. Only that it is not what I meant either, not at all. He put his hand to his forehead. She must think him an utter fool or a caustic tongue to ask, but she smiled and took his hand and then gently kissed the back of its fingers. "There's my Eben. I feared to see something different in your eyes, haughtiness or disdain once you saw how I lived, but you are just as tongue-tied as I feel." Eben laughed. "That is no compliment, yet I am glad to hear it from you." She studied his eyes. "Is it only our meeting that occupies your thoughts? I have heard some dark whispers concerning the academy." He sighed. "They cannot be darker than the truth." She waved him to a table before the window, and he sat. While she moved to fetch wine for him and mead for herself, he went on. "You remember what I told you of Isra? She has returned. We saw her within the academy, Caleb and Theron and I, that is." In the middle of pouring his wine, she froze until he had to tip the bottle up to keep her from spilling it. "In the academy, you say? Does that mean you are in danger?" "I certainly do not feel safe," said Eben, forcing a laugh. "That, along with our situation with Dasco." "Have you thought of no way out of that?" said Adara. "It must weigh terribly on Theron." "More and more every day," said Eben, lowering his gaze. "She will hardly even speak of it, and when she does, she is short-tempered and irritable. Would you not be the same?" "I do not criticize her," said Eben. "I wish there was a way I could help her, but if she releases him from Mindward, it will wear off. Then we do not know what would happen. He might remember us and what we did. We know for certain that he would suffer, for the process of weaning off Mindward is very painful." "Will it not get worse the longer she keeps him under control?" said Adara softly. "It will, but we know not what else to do." Eben's eyes began to smart, and he swiped at them, trying to make it look as though he were scratching an itch. "Forgive me. This is a happy evening and one for celebration, yet I have spent most of it talking about myself, as I do too often. I even told myself not to do so just before I saw you." "Do not trouble yourself over that," said Adara, giving him a little smile. "That is why you and I met in the first place, is it not? So that you might ease your burdens?" A slow grin spread across his face. "I suppose that was part of the reason." But then he took her hands and grew solemn. "But now we are something more. The fact that I am here is proof of that. This is not for gold, and I do not want it to be. Tonight is not for me, but for us, or so I hope." Her thumb rubbed the back of his palm. "So I hope as well." He smiled and took a sip of his wine, but his eyes widened as soon as it touched his tongue, and he tilted his cup to look inside. "Stars and sky, where did you get this?" She waved a hand airily. "Somewhere. Sometimes I receive gifts, and sometimes those gifts are wine, for my clients do not often ask me what I prefer to drink." She gave him a secret smile, and he blushed. For a long while he, too, had assumed she liked wine, until he learned of her love for mead. "When that is the case, and when they do not wish for me to drink it with me immediately, I bring it here to save for a special occasion. Tonight is the first time I have opened one of the bottles I have saved." "You must have a fine store, then." Laughing, she slapped his wrist. "You will be well sated, you drunkard." Though he chuckled, Eben soon fixed her with a look. "Adara, there is something I meant to ask you tonight, ever since you first invited me here, only I do not wish to give offense." Oh? Her eyes grew careful. Then is it wise to ask your question at all? I hope so, he said. If I am wrong, forgive me, but understand I am overjoyed to be here. I can scarcely tell you how honored I am that you wish to bring me into your life, but why? Why me in particular? She softened at once. Because I love you, Eben. Do you not believe that? You have said so, and I do believe you, he said, and yet I wonder why. I am nothing special. No, do not look at me like that, nor argue. I do not say this to earn words of praise. I am not special. I am no great man. There's little about me that is remarkable, other than my family, who few hold in very high regard. Adara did not answer him at once, but leaned back in her chair and gave him an appraising look. Then she stood and came to him and sat so that she was side-saddle in his lap. A boy who is usually foolish and sometimes wise said that love often springs forth unbidden. He blushed, for he remembered those words. He and Adara had whispered them often enough since he first uttered them. But honestly, he pressed, have you never thought about it? I have, she said, so quickly that it surprised him. Here is the truth, and you have begged me not to take offense at your question, so I will ask you to do the same with my answer. I did not love you from the moment I set my eyes upon you, Eben. I think your love for me may have begun that night, but to me you were a client like any other, though I saw at once that you were an uncommonly sweet one, and you were a reminder of Idris, of home, which lent you some slight favor. But when you came to see me the second time, I gave you a lover's words, as I would have done for anybody else. She leaned in then and pressed herself against him and kissed him deep. And then the seat was attacked, she murmured. You were an utter fool to come after me when you saw Cyrus escorting me through the streets. Yet that foolishness endeared you to me. And then you risked your life to save me after I learned of Cyrus's evil. I could not love a boy only because he was sweet. I could not love a boy only because affection made him foolish. And I could not love a boy only because he would give his life for mine. But you were all three at once and in the same person. And love sprang forth unbidden, for you never spoke lover's words to me. It was hard for him to speak for a moment, and so he only held her. But that is because I am not a lover, he finally said. Adara shook her head. That is not what I mean. Lovers' words go two ways. A lover tells a client what they want to hear, but clients also lie to their lovers. The client will speak of their lover's endless beauty and say they wish they could be wed, and say they would buy the lover a palace if they could. But if given the chance to fulfill such whispered promises, most clients would refuse. And that is no evil thing. A lover delivers not only the pleasures of the flesh, but the pleasure of dreaming a perfect romance together, a love greater than true life will permit. Lover and client both know that dream will never come true, but it is a precious dream nonetheless. The day the seat was attacked, I realized you had never spoken a lover's word to me. You loved me, in truth. I do not know when, after that, I knew I loved you in return. One day I simply did. He smiled at her. And that has never happened before? You've never fallen in love? Everything about her changed at once, her posture, the look on her face, and her smile, and he saw it. Inside he winced. Adara stood and returned to her seat. Before I answer that, I would ask you something. Would it bother you if I had? Quickly he shook his head. I'm sorry, he said. That was wrong of me to ask. I never meant to throw doubt on your feelings for me. You thought to stoke your own pride, she said with a wry smile. To prove to yourself that you were the only one. Well, puff up your chest, my love. You are the first client who has ever stepped into my dwelling. He hung his head. He had made an ass of himself after all. I am sorry, my love. You deserve someone with a smoother tongue than mine, for it trips over itself no matter my intent. A moment's silence stretched as she drank deep from her mead. Her eyes glinted. Your tongue is not so bad as all that. His heart leapt, until the moment was shattered by a pounding at the door below. Eben was on his feet in an instant, but no faster than Adara. Their eyes met. Innuendo? I feel the need to comment on the innuendo because we're that type of people around here. Their eyes met. He shook his head. I'm expecting no one, he whispered. Nor I. The pounding sounded at the door again. He ran to the left window. The sash was drawn and he pulled it aside, trying to look down, but the angle was bad and he could not see the street just before the door. Adara went to the other window, but from the look on her face it was clear she could see nothing more than he could. Hide yourself, he hissed. I will see who it is. Do not be an idiot. She went to her cupboard. From its bottom drawer she pulled a long knife. This is my home. Before he could so much as try to stop her, she had pounded down the stairs and thrown open the door. Eben was a half step behind her as she thrust the knife out into the street. Mako looked down at the blade and arched an eyebrow. Eben felt thunderstruck. For a moment he could not so much as speak. Fortunately, he did not have to, for Adara did instead. Who are you? She said. What do you want? For a moment Mako did not answer. Then he moved, making Eben flinch, but he only took a step back so that he did not impale himself on Adara's dagger when he gave a deep bow. I beg your every pardon, my lady, for this intrusion. To disturb you was my last wish. I only sought my master, Eben of the family Drayden. He is the boy standing there just behind you. Eben gawked. Adara glanced back at him. He nodded, and slowly she withdrew her dagger. Mako, seeing the motion, straightened from his bow, and then he fixed Eben with a hard stare. Come with me, little gold shitter. There is work to be done. Chapter 6, done! Chapter 7. After bidding Adara a hasty farewell and promising to return as soon as he could, Eben followed Mako into the streets. The moment they had turned a corner, he seized the bodyguard's arm to pull him around. Mako gave the hand on his elbow a hard look, but Eben did not care. How did you know I was there? I've not even seen you since we fought with Ezra. Where have you been? You have never been curious about my whereabouts before, said Mako. I thought it was because you did not wish to know. Nor have you ever asked how I knew where you were. It is a sort of assumed truth between us, is it not? Eben's nostrils flared and his hand curled to a fist at his side. But what could he do? Striking Mako would do no good, even if the bodyguard did not strike back, which seemed doubtful. In truth, he was terrified that Mako knew where Adara lived, but then as he thought of it, it seemed likely that Mako had had that knowledge for some time. In fact, it would not have surprised Eben if Mako had known the dwelling of every denizen on the seat and their families across the 9 kingdoms besides. That was, after all, part of his duty, not only as a Drayden bodyguard and messenger, but also as their assassin. Something of Eben's thoughts must have shown in his face, for Mako laughed at him. You may unclench yourself, little Eben. Your lover is in no danger from me. Oh, and what about from Shay? Mako's mouth soured in an instant. From what we have learned of your father, I certainly will not be reporting anything to him, about Adara or anything else. Rather than bringing comfort, the words further darkened Eben's mood, except instead of anger he felt a cold fear. He saw Matami's gaping eye socket, heard his uncle's screams, and then he remembered their fight against Ezra when the girl struck with her magic, but Mako stood untouched and leapt forwards with his dagger. Her magic had been powerless against him, and Eben still did not know why. You are very silent, Eben, said Mako. Come, speak. What do you wish to tell me? Eben swallowed hard. Some urgent voice in the back of his mind told him not to speak of what he had seen during the fight. You mentioned my father. It brought an unpleasant memory to the fore. Does Matami still plague your thoughts? If everyone were so naive as you, there would be no more war in Underrealm. Never mind that now, said Eben. I must tell you something about Ezra. Last night in the academy... She appeared, said Mako. I know it, boy. That is why I have come to see you in the first place. Did you think I sought to converse for my pleasure? I do not think either of us have enjoyed ourselves so far. Eben looked around. He did not recognize the streets they passed through. A twinge of nerves struck him. He hurried to trot after Mako's retreating back. Because they never started moving again. Where are we going exactly? You cannot know where she is already. Mako snorted. Of course not. You are more craven than that old instructor of yours, Eben, and it suits you ill. I wish we were going to see her now so that I could end the little girl once and for all. Then where? You would do well to learn patience. The next few streets passed in silence. Eben knew only that they were somewhere in the southwest end of the city. Little construction had made its way there, and many buildings were burned or fallen to ruin. This was where the Shades had brought the full strength of their assault, and few who lived here had survived the attack. It seemed the High King did not seem fit to rebuild where no one would live afterwards. At last they came to a wrought iron fence that surrounded a wide house of nobility, wide but not so tall as the Drayden family's manor, nor as resplendent in its design. Here and there the fence had been bent and broken so that there were many gaps to slip through. Mako paused, fixing Eben with a look. One more thing before we enter? With Ezra about, you may have need of me, and your lover's messages cannot reach me quickly enough. Do you remember when I snuck you out of the academy? Eben frowned, of course. There is a piece of alabaster on the ground near that place. You cannot miss it. If ever you must tell me something or need my help, write a note and leave it beneath the alabaster. I will come as quickly as I may. Very well, said Eben, but do you think I am in danger? Mako spread his hands and grinned. A rogue mind mage is on the loose, and she has the strength of mage stones with her. Do you think anyone in the academy is safe? That seemed a fair point. Eben looked up at the manor before them. What is this place? It once belonged to the family Scard. Mako looked the place over, his lip curling slightly. They are one of a merchant family from Dolmoon, said Eben. I know the name. They left the seat just before it was attacked, and now it may be guessed that they knew of Dolmoon's treachery before it happened. They have not returned since. The sky was already darkening above them. Eben gave a weary sigh. What is this all about, Mako? Curfew is not far off, and I cannot be out this late. This will not be a long engagement, said Mako, and besides, if you are late in returning, you will not be the only one. He ducked in through a gap in the fence, crossed the courtyard, and entered the manor through its front door. Eben swallowed hard, wondering what the bodyguard had meant by that comment before he finally mustered the courage to follow. From the street, the manor looked nowhere near as impressive as the home of Eben's family, but when he crossed the threshold, the sight of the main hall froze him in place and robbed his breath. Far it stretched, 30 paces at least, and lined with hearths to either side. At its head was the greatest fireplace of all, where a fine mantle of marble was likely meant to hold treasures in goblets of silver and gold. The shelf lay bare now. What the invaders had not taken, looters would have stolen since. That is, if the family Scard had not taken their valuables with them when they fled. Running the hall's length was a mammoth wooden table, wider than Eben was tall, and a long bench to either side of it. Where the Drayden Manor had little dining rooms in which the family could take their meals in privacy and comfort, this was a place for feasts, banquets for an entire clan at once, where merchants and servants alike could be seated by station while their children and the dogs played and tussled on the rugs in the corners. Some of these still remained, those too grease-stained or ratty to be stolen. Though all the hearths lay cold and the place was lit only by the fading daylight coming through the door, Eben could imagine the hall filled with proud Dolmoon warriors, the air ringing with their ululating songs. Then he caught a motion at the other end of the hall, and his breath caught in his throat. But peering deeper, he saw it was Mako, and beside the bodyguard, to Eben's great shock, were Theron and Calum. What, Mako, what are they doing here? Theron glowered at him and then at Mako. We were summoned. Mako told us you were in great peril, and to meet him here at once so that you might be rescued. And look how quickly they came, boy. Mako's smile was cruel. We should all be so lucky to have such loyal friends. Eben, what is going on? Said Calum. Eben could see the fear in the boy's eyes. Calum eyed Mako's cruel knife, and Eben knew he was thinking of the time the bodyguard had drawn blood from Eben's throat with the tip of it. This sack of dung has lied to us, said Theron. We are not your lackeys, bodyguard, to be dragged across the seat at your whim. Mako flicked his fingers in the air. Isra is on the loose and we must find her. Do you not want that? You may spurn my aid if you wish, but then you must capture her yourself. Do you think me incapable of it? Theron drew up to her full height, which was only a pair of fingers shorter than Mako. I would stand a better chance against her, one wizard against another. You think I have never killed a mind mage before? Mako's voice had taken on a dangerous growl. That is the trouble with you wizards. You are used to being more powerful than everyone you meet, and so you grow overconfident. That is when someone like me arrives to slit your throats. Theron glared back at him, but Eben remembered Isra and how she had blasted Mako with her magic only to leave him unharmed. A shiver of fear ran through him. Before Mako or Theron could utter another word, Calum stepped between them. He held his hands out to either side, though it was ludicrous to imagine he could stop them with his diminutive frame. If the two of you have taken sufficient measure of each other, mayhap we could speak of whatever Mako has summoned us for. I would rather not miss curfew. Mako's countenance shifted at once to a kindly smile. An excellent idea, child. Here is the matter at hand. Ever since last we saw Isra, something has been brewing upon the seat, and I have not been able to wrap my fingers around it. Theron scoffed. Something? What does that mean? What is brewing? If I knew that, do you think I would require your help? I am aware of how desperate I seem, coming to the three of you, but the spies I have tucked into the city's dark corners tell me nothing. When someone gets up to dark business, it sends out ripples. There have been many such ripples of late, but I cannot follow them back to the center. I thought it must have to do with smuggling Isra from the island, but now we know that she is still here. You were telling us, then, that you were wrong? Said Theron, arching an eyebrow. Mako's nose flared. Not all information is as clear as the words on one of your scrolls. Theron nodded. Of course not. It is easy to imagine how you might have been misled. Eben feared that Mako might strike her, but with great effort he went on. In any case, now we know she is here, and she seems to have no intention of leaving. I am bringing you into the fold on the slight chance that you may be able to help. Am I wise to do so? We will do what we can, of course, said Eben, but I fear we know nothing more than you. That may be true, said Mako, but then you may know something without knowing it. Whatever buzzes within the city, it has something to do with the family Yaren. An odd thing, for recently they have been on their best behavior. That raised Calum's eyebrows. Yaren keeping their noses clean? That is a wonder. They were implicated in the attack, said Mako. The High King had half a mind to purge them from the land, and they only barely avoided that fate. They have been good little children since, but now they have begun to lurk again. You think they are working with Isra, then? Said Eben. That is entirely possible, though not certain. Eben thought of Lilith. Surely if Yaren were involved with Isra's doings, then Lilith could be of help one way or another. But even as he opened his mouth to speak, Theron caught his eye. She looked anxious or frightened and gave him a quick shake of her head. Eben closed his mouth again. The silence in the hall had stretched a moment too long, and Mako was peering at them. Theron spoke up quickly. Yaren working with Isra? It seems unlikely. Her schemes brought them great suffering. Orin was murdered, Lilith was tortured, and would have been executed. Mako shrugged. That is hardly out of character for the Yarens. Their thoughts and schemes stretch for years, and they are willing to prune some dead branches to ensure a healthy growth. But Eben was not so sure. He remembered Orin's mutilated body and the madness in Lilith's eyes. Surely even the cruelest planet could not stand by such actions. He saw the same doubt in Calem's face. Their hesitation seemed to annoy Mako, for he gave a little growl. Very well, then. Let us leave the Yarans alone for now, but to search for Ezra I must start in the right place. Tell me what happened when I left you in Zane's home, and I mean all that happened, with no detail added or left out. Eben stiffened in fear and saw it reflected in the faces of his friends as well. Mako saw it and smiled as he settled down on one of the benches at the head of the table. This must be an interesting tale indeed. As she fled, I tried to stop her, said Eben. I missed her, but I got hold of the amulet, Kakit's amulet, the one she used to cast Mind Word and also to hide her magic. I remember it, said Mako. What next? When we ourselves tried to leave, she was there. She had Zane's son, and she took him prisoner. Eben shuddered as he remembered the fear in the boy's eyes, his whimpering cries as Ezra dragged him away. She tried to kill me and Calem as well, but Theron recovered and saved us. Mako's eyes narrowed. Why did you not give Theron the amulet? She could have stopped Ezra, could she not? I had not yet thought of that, said Eben sharply. Then he stopped, and his eyes went wide. Yet, said Mako, his smile widening. You had not yet thought of it, but you did think of it. Theron shook. Darkness take you, Eben. He's trying to help, Eben told her. We will do ourselves no favor by holding back. Yes, Mako, I thought of using Mind Word. For when Ezra fled, Dasko arrived. He is an instructor at... I know the man, said Mako, and I think that now I know the rest of your tale. He found you before you could get out of Zane's home, and you were holding the amulet. You thought he would expose you, and you were right to think it. So you gave the amulet to Theron, and she used her Mind Word to make him forget you had been there. Yes, said Eben, you have it. Theron turned to hide her face. Calem's head drooped, and carefully he took a seat at the table opposite Mako. Eben sighed. To speak the truth so plainly, it was a relief, and yet he wished it had been someone other than Mako. The bodyguard was studying his fingernails. He drew his knife and began to pick under one of them. I am no wizard, yet it seems I have heard something of Mind Word, that if it is not maintained, it produces a sort of mind sickness in the victim. No one answered him. Theron met Eben's eyes, and he saw how haunted her expression had become. I take it that your silence means I am right, said Mako. If that is so, you did not use Mind Word upon Dasko once and then let him be. You have been using it ever since. We have, said Eben quietly. Theron turned away again. That is excellent, said Mako. Your new Dean Foradar has some knowledge of Yaren, and Dasko will be close in Zane's counsel, for he is a wise man and well respected at the academy. Mayhap we can use Dasko to use Zane. What? Said Calem, straightening at once. We will not use Mind Word on Dasko to control him, but only to make him forget. Keeping his memory empty is one thing. Using him to accomplish our own ends. I will not do it, said Theron. She stormed up to the table and slammed her hands down on it. The heavy thum of the blow echoed around the hall, flitting about its many pillars. I will not, and that is the end of it. He is like a puppet on strings, and I feel more of a monster every time I jerk them. Mayhap I do not suffer from Magestone sickness, but this is its own kind of torture. We will not use him for evil, said Mako. His tone was gentle, as though we were persuading a wounded animal. We will only collect information we cannot get ourselves, and that information could do great good. It could even save the life of the boy, Aaron. Aaron could already be dead, said Eben. He likely is. It has been weeks. I know something of these matters, said Mako. One does not take a hostage if one does not intend to use them, and through Dasko we could learn something that... Stop saying that, cried Theron. Stop saying we when you mean me. We are not committing a crime. I am. We will not be put to death if this scheme is discovered. I will. We are with you to the end, Theron, said Eben quietly. We have been there every step of the way. If the King's Law learns of your dealings, we will not abandon you to die alone. And if you refuse this scheme, I, for one, will not argue against you. We cannot do it, said Calem. If we do, we are little better than those we hope to expose. Evil cannot defeat evil, but only strengthens it. Mako stood suddenly from the table, and his eyes had grown hard again. This is not a council. My duty is to see to Eben's safety, and if you call him your friend girl, then your duty is the same. The next time you use your power on Dasko, have him tell you what Zane knows of Yaren, as well as anything he knows about where Ezra went. I assure you, Dean Foradar will have been most earnest in his searching. Theron did not answer him for a moment, but looked to Eben. He gave her a little shrug. It is your choice. She sighed. Very well. I will ask him, but I will not command him to go digging any further. Mako smiled. Good enough, I suppose, for now. In that case, the three of you had better scuttle off back home. I have heard that curfew draws near. Chapter 17! Break time! Breaky break. Back in a few. Hey, we're back. Oh, chapter 8. Oh, man. Chapter 8. Streets had grown colder still, for the sun was almost gone. They hurried between the snowdrifts, moving quickly for warmth as well as for the lateness of the hour. Evan waited until they had left the manor a few streets behind before he spoke to Theron. When I almost spoke of Lilith, you stopped me. Why? She gave a nervous look over her shoulder. I wish you would not speak of her even now. I feel like that man has ears everywhere, even among us. He is nowhere in sight, and I am no traitor, said Caleb. Theron sighed, and the frost of it whipped around her face as they hurried on. I fear that if Mako knew of our closeness, well, my closeness to Lilith, he might think of her as a target, especially now that he is so interested in the doings of the family Yaren, and I think that we have already put her through enough. We pursued her when she was innocent, and she was put to the question because of it. I wish to cause her no more harm. I see that, said Evan. Yet if Yaren is truly a threat, and if they are behind Ezra's crimes, Lilith could be most helpful. She might even help us save Aaron's life. You sound too much like your bodyguard, Theron spat. I thought you had no wish to be like the rest of your family, yet I hear their echoes in your words. Leave Mako out of it then, said Eben, but we must stop Ezra as quickly as we can. I have not forgotten the sight of Oren's corpse, nor Credel's, nor poor little Volley's. And do you think I have? Her eyes flashed. She has left a longer trail of bodies than that, though how can I blame you for remembering only the gold bags among them? Eben stopped walking and squared his shoulders, looking her in the eye. That is not fair. She glared back for a moment, but then she sagged. I am sorry. I know you do not think of it that way. It is only, Eben, I am frightened. We all are, said Caleb. He put an awkward hand on her arm. Who knows when Ezra will appear again? Theron shrugged. Who cares for Ezra? I am afraid for Dasko and for the mind ward I keep him under. I am afraid for all of us and what will happen if we are discovered, and I am afraid to use the mind ward to pry information from Dasko's mind. I never wanted this power, and now I cannot stop using it. They stood a moment in silence. Then Eben tossed his head. Come, time stops for no one. They fell into step beside him. I feel your fear as well, but we could at least speak with Lilith. Mayhap she can help and mayhap not. If not, we can leave it alone, and it will never reach Mako's ears at all. She sighed. Mayhap, let me think upon it. It is no decision to make lightly. Of course. They reached the academy a little while later, and no sooner had they passed through the front door than the curfew bell rang. Theron redoubled her pace, making for the white cedar doors that led out to the grounds. I am almost late. I will see you both on the morrow. But Eben increased his pace to keep up with her. I will come with you, and I as well, said Caleb, who scampered along with them. Theron did not stop moving, but she tried to wave them off. There is no need. I can do it myself easily enough. I have the practice, certainly. I told you, Theron, we are in this together. He caught the faintest quiver in her chin. Very well, she said, her voice wavering. Thank you both. The grounds were as cold as the streets had been, but better lit, for the groundskeepers had already been around to kindle the lanterns. They went for the place in the hedges where they always met Dasko. He was there when they arrived, sitting by himself on a stone bench. Caleb waited at the entrance to the sitting area, standing just outside of view where he could keep watch. Dasko stood as soon as he saw them. Eben stopped short. He had not seen the man in some time, a week at least. He had not been so close to the man in some time, a week at least. Something about him seemed off. It was not just his face, which had grown a touch gaunter, nor the gray at his temples, which seemed to have spread some little way into the rest of his hair. It was a weariness, a thinness, as though the instructor were only half there and half an elf dream. But mayhap Eben was only imagining that. So far as he knew, no one else had remarked on Dasko acting strange. Theron reached into a pocket of her robe, and Eben knew she was holding the amulet of Kakit. You will not remember that you have seen us here tonight, she began. You will return here tomorrow just before curfew and remain until I come to see you. If anyone asks, you will not tell them why you are here waiting, but will invent some excuse. Yes, said Dasko, nodding. Eben shuddered at the lifeless monotone in his voice. Caleb and Theron had explained a bit to him in the days since they had first placed Dasko under control. Theron had thoroughly erased his memories of these meetings. If they released Dasko from Mindward, the danger was not that he would remember them. The danger was that there would be gaps. If they released Dasko from Mindward, the danger was that he might remember them, or at least that there would be gaps in his memory and he would start showing withdrawal from the control. That would prompt an investigation by the faculty, and that could lead to Eben and his friends. Their position seemed untenable. Often Eben felt that they were drawing a blanket over an ever-widening hole in the floor and hoping they would not get in trouble when some unwitting child fell into it and broke their neck. Eben gave him an uneasy look. Eben nodded at her. Theron gave him an uneasy look. It is your choice, he said quietly. She sighed and turned to Dasko. Tell me what the Academy faculty knows of Ezra's reappearance. We know nothing, said Dasko. Again his voice made Eben shudder. It was like hearing a corpse speak. Theron shook her head. Tell me what the Academy faculty suspects of Ezra's reappearance. Most think Ezra must be getting help from inside the Academy, he said. There will be an investigation to unearth anyone she may be using. We will look for anyone who shows signs of being under Mindward. That doesn't make sense now that he would remember them, or at least there would be gaps. If they released Dasko from Mindward, the danger was that he might remember them. Oh, I see what you're saying. If they released Dasko from Mindward, the danger was that he might remember them. Even if he did not, there might be gaps in his memory, and he would start showing withdrawal from the control. There we go. Theron stiffened. Eben's heart leapt into his throat, and he spoke. How would you find someone being held in Mindward? Dasko said nothing. Theron gave an exasperated sigh. Tell me how you would find someone being held in Mindward. There are sometimes gaps in the memory, for Ezra would not want the victim to remember seeing her, he said. Therefore she would command them to forget the meeting. Eben and Theron looked at each other. If they questioned him, he could lead them to us, said Eben. Yes, said Dasko, surprising them both by speaking without being prompted. In fact, Dean Foradar already strongly suspects you, Eben. Tell us who else suspects us, said Theron. No one, said Dasko. Gia thinks Zane's suspicion is paranoia, born of his hatred for Eben's family. Still, we should do what we can to hide the effects of Mindward, said Eben. Theron nodded. I think I know how. Dasko, when you leave here tonight, you will remember being out upon the grounds, but you will remember it as if you were alone. You will remember speaking to no one. You will not remember speaking to anyone, and you will not remember hearing anyone speak to you. You will remember all of our previous visits the same way. You have been visiting the grounds alone each night, and speaking to on your own and speaking to no one. Yes, said Dasko. Leave us now. Enter the academy and then forget. Yes, he left them, slipping out through the gap in the hedge. Theron sank down onto the bench, her whole body going limp as though she had just run a league. Eben quickly took a seat beside her and put a hand on her shoulder. Caleb came in a moment later, his eyes filled with concern. I'm sorry, Theron, said Eben. She looked exhausted, but when she lifted her head to look at him, he saw the weariness was in her eyes, a bone-sunk debility of the soul. It is wrong, Eben, she whispered. This is wrong. I know it is, and yet I cannot stop. How can I go on committing a new evil every night? We are only keeping ourselves safe for now, he said, and we will come to a solution. I promise you. We will not rest until this is over. Of course we will not rest, she said. I can barely even sleep these days. Eben stood and held out his hand. She took it and allowed him to pull her to her feet. They made their way towards the academy with arms over each other's shoulders, not to remain upright, but merely for comfort. Then they opened the white cedar door and nearly ran into Dean Foradar. Zane stopped short just before they hit him, and though the children took a hasty step back, he did not move. He had eyes only for Eben, and disgust burned in his gaze. Dean Foradar, murmured Caleb. What were you doing out upon the ground, said Zane. Curfew has been called. It is not against the rules, said Theron, but some of her usual fire had left her voice. It is cold out, said Zane. After an encounter like you all had last night, most students would wish to remain inside where the danger seems less. Are we in danger upon the academy grounds, said Eben, meeting Zane's stare. He was growing more and more fed up with the man's unreasoning hatred of him. Is it not your job to protect us? I seem to remember that you made such a pledge when you first came here. It is my job to protect the academy, said Zane, from threats within as well as without. Sometimes it is hard to tell the difference, other times it is quite clear. Caleb quailed, but Theron drew herself up. You have been wrong about such things before, Dean. Mayhap you see threats where none exist. Zane stared her down. For a moment, Eben feared they might come to blows, the way they had when Zane had attacked him in the dining hall. Then, without a word, the dean stalked away. Darkness take him, muttered Theron. He is a suspicious man, said Caleb, shaking his head. Yet who can blame him? These are dark times. And his son is missing. Come, I am weary, and I suspect the two of you feel much the same. They made for the stairs and then up to their dormitories to sleep. Chapter 9. Done chapter. In the library the next day, they reunited in their favorite spot on the third floor. The place was even darker than usual. That part of the library had never been very well kept, and now the faculty had suffered losses so that many of the lanterns stayed unlit. Caleb took one from the wall out in the main area and set it on the table beside them so that they could read by its fiery glow. But reading did not come easy. Eben struggled to keep his mind upon the book in his hands, a weighty tome entitled The Conquering of Idris, a telling of the fall of the Tomb Kings. Idris was his home, and he had thought the subject might hold his attention, but too often he caught himself staring off at nothing. It had not helped that the book was written in a dry and informational style, with no attempt to make the events more interesting. Not that they needed much embellishment. The magic of the Tomb Kings of old was well renowned and well feared. His distraction was aided by weariness, and often his head drooped towards his lap. He had spent another sleepless night in the common room of his dormitory, dozing off only in little fits and starts. After they had sat there for mayhap an hour, Theron gave a frustrated little growl and slammed her book shut. Enough of this. I am through pretending to study when all of us know we are doing nothing of the sort. Caleb looked up blinking from his book, shaking his head as though he had forgotten they were there. Well, except for Caleb, I suppose. Theron folded her arms across her chest. But I cannot even see the words on the page. Do neither of you wonder what she is waiting for? Who? Said Caleb, eyes still foggy. Ezra, of course, you idiot, Theron snapped. It has been 2 days since we saw her. Why is she not struck again? I had not wondered, for I have been thinking about Aaron, said Eben. Where on all the seat could she be hiding him? There are many abandoned buildings upon the seat after the attack, said Caleb. Why, Mako himself took us to one of them. But that is just it, said Eben, leaning forwards. He must have searched out all such places by now. They would be the easiest to search. If Aaron were in one of them, Mako would know something of it. Ezra must be staying in some place where there are other people, and she can rely upon their secrecy to conceal her. Then let us catch her and throw her to the mystics so they may put her to the question, said Theron with a glower. Only that begs the same question as before. Eben shrugged. It has been more than 2 weeks since we fought her in Zane's home. She took her time to plan the attack and Has it been 2 weeks? Has it? $15, Martis. Nearly 2 weeks. Because for them, weeks are 10 days. It has been nearly 2 weeks since we fought her in Zane's home. She took her time to plan the attack in the dining hall. Now that we foiled it, she will likely be even more careful in her plotting, especially now that she has revealed herself. That will take more time that we do not have. Mayhap the story... said Theron. Mayhap the story I planted in Dasko's mind will hold, mayhap not. I've never had to hide. Theron stopped short, looking about to make sure no one was close enough to hear. I've never had to hide mind word before. What if I did it wrong? What if they'd find us? I should throw the amulet into the Great Bay and have done with it. Calem's eyebrows raised. Oh, shoot. There were some family names. Scarred. Calem's eyebrows raised. That may be a fair idea now. Daska would show mind word sickness, but the faculty might ascribe it to Ezra's doing. I would still rather we told the truth of what happened, but this is a good half measure. But Eben frowned. And what if Ezra returns? She has the strength of mage stones in her, and no one can resist her without the amulet. Mayhap we should leave it somewhere for the faculty to find instead. We could slide it beneath Gia's door when no one was looking. Then Zane would have it, and he could use it to stop Ezra. He would not, said Calem sadly. The faculty would never use its powers. That would be a crime against the king's law and punishable by death. I know it is, Theron burst out, before quickly lowering her voice again. That is why I hate this, why all my waking hours are a torment, and yet I cannot sleep. I know full well what awaits me at the end of this journey, but I have no choice but to keep walking the road. Her arms and legs were shaking, and her knuckles were white from the grip of her arm. From their grip on the arms of her chair. Eben looked away, for he felt her pain as if it were her own, and then suddenly an idea struck him. He looked at his friends, wondering that he had not thought of it at once. What if we find her ourselves? Theron and Calem stared at him. What do you mean? Said Calem. Well, either ourselves or with Mako's help, said Eben. If we capture her and subdue her and then put the amulet upon her before we turn her over to the faculty, then our problem is solved. They will assume she had it all along. Zane will have no choice but to accept that we are innocent. Calem frowned, and even Theron looked doubtful, yet he watched them think on it and saw the spark of the idea blossom to flame within their mind. I would still have to keep the amulet, said Theron, at least for now. Yet you could release Dasko from your control immediately, said Eben. You no longer need to hold him under mind word. If she were discovered, said Calem. How could that happen, said Eben. You have a good hiding place. You have a good hiding place for it, Theron, or so I assume, since you do not carry it with you everywhere, and we can finally put this dark chapter behind us. Theron spread her hands. Let us say that is true. We must still find Ezra, but we have no idea how. I think we must start with Yeren, said Eben. Even Mako thinks they may know something. Her eyes hardened. You mean to bring Lilith into this? He leaned forwards, counting the steps on his fingers. If we do, everything falls into place. We release Dasko from our control. With Lilith's help I say, not coercion, we track down who in her family is helping Ezra. We know they must be. It is where she is getting her mage stones. We capture Ezra, and then we turn her over to the King's Law with the amulet in her pocket, and everything will be over. Theron looked desperately hopeful, but Caleb sat deep in thought. After a moment, he shook his head. It is a lie and a great risk as well. We have other resources, more than Mako, I mean. Eben, you can ask Adara. The Guild of Lovers has 1,000 ears, and they are always listening. I have hope for Mako, and I already mean to speak with Adara. This very night, in fact, said Eben. But Lilith may best them all, for she is closest to the source of the Mage Stones. Yes, it means we must lie, but I am willing to bear that burden, for you and I have the least to lose as things stand. This plan helps Theron more than you or me, Caleb. Theron studied her fingernails, then put one in her mouth, and then... put one in her mouth to tear at it with her teeth. Caleb and Eben watched her. Let us try it then, Theron muttered. It cannot be worse than living this way. Then we must take the first step, said Eben. We must speak with Lilith. But she is still Lilith, said Caleb. He shivered. I have had difficulties enough with her in the past. Now that I am one of those who helped throw her to the Mystic's knives, I suspect she will be even less kind than before. We have no choice, said Eben. We must bring her to Mako so that she can help him in his search. No, Theron snapped. Not Mako. I will not bring him anywhere near Lilith, nor will you. But Theron, he is the best chance we have it. She held up a hand to cut him off. No. Remember your Uncle Matami. He fell silent at once and saw Matami's brutalized corpse in his mind. Think of it. Think on it, said Theron. What if Mako decides that Lilith knows more than she is telling? Will he drag her down into the sewers to do to her what he did to your uncle? She's not even his kin. Do you think he will be more reluctant to kill her than another Drayden? Lilith is a youth, like us, said Eben, but the words sounded weak even in his own ears. I do not believe for a moment that will save her. If we mean to work with Lilith, we will do it on our own. Mako will only put her in greater danger. Caleb nodded in agreement, and so Eben shrugged. Very well. But even as he said it, he thought of how helpful it would be to have Mako's counsel in this. He did not trust the bodyguard exactly, or even like him very much. Yet Mako had proven his worth time and again, and had saved the children's lives more than once. If we mean to speak with Lilith, why wait, said Caleb. He put his book aside and stood from the armchair. Let us find her. Her schedule is the same as ours, and she should be in the library somewhere. They rose together and set out to find her. Quickly they scanned the shelves of the whole third floor, but there were few students scattered among them, and Lilith was not there. The second and first floors took longer to search, for they were much more crowded, and Eben and his friends earned several curious looks as they poked their heads in between bookshelves. But in the end they stood together on the bottom floor, and Lilith was nowhere to be seen. Has she returned to her dormitory, said Caleb. I know she has been granted special permission to rest, if she wishes, after what she suffered. She has not, said Theron. In her voice was a sorrow Eben could not place. Come, we will have to sneak out of the library. I know where she is. Dun, dun, dun! I need a name for a woman instructor. Hey, Achilles heel. I like Arthenia. I have too many names that start with A already. It's already a bit confusing. What's the etymology of Jaden? That's another good one, but it doesn't... It's too similar to Gia. Ooh, Katrin is a good one. Celia is also good. I like Katrin. What's the etymology? Katrin is the German, Swedish, and Estonian short form of Catherine. And the meaning of the name Catherine is pure and clear. Not bad. No, Kalen is too short to is too close to Calum. I like Celia. Given name for females of Latin origin, as well as a nickname for Cecilia. Names often derived from the Roman family name Calius, often thought to originate in the Latin Calum, heaven. I like that. We do have a lot of C. Well, we don't have that many C names. Hey, Fallen Clown. We only have one B. B is a good contender. Have no G's? Really? Only one I. That's another good one. Only one N. No O's. One P. One R. No U's. One V. One X. Wow. So all of the letters in bingo are good contenders, as well as P, R, U, W, X, Y, and Z. Too many S's already. Too many L's. Definitely too many S's. Wait, what? Ugh, so annoying. Never mind about... Oh, I guess O is okay. Never mind about N. Prussia. She's nothing. She's literally a person that they mention once and asked to excuse themselves to go use the privies. I like Uma. In India, it is the name of the Hindu goddess. In Sanskrit, can mean tranquility, splendor, fame, and night. In Hebrew and Aramaic, its meaning is nation. I like Uma. Uma. Uma it is. Yay, Haley! Whoops, not that one. I mean, you're not wrong, Haley. Another instructor, a woman named Uma. Gia had not returned to duty after being placed under mind ward the day before last. Another instructor had replaced her in the library's afternoon study period. Her name was Uma, and she was short and plump, with eyes that seemed too large to work properly, and they were always blinking. One by one, Evan and his friends excused themselves to use the privies and then met each other in the hallways outside. One by one, Evan and his friends excused themselves to use the privies, and then they met each other in the hallways outside. Theron took them around a wide looping route through the Academy's less traveled passages. At one point, they climbed to the second floor, creeping among the younger children's dormitories where the space rang hollow and empty. "Where are you taking us?" Caleb whispered. "Hush, and you shall find out soon enough," said Theron. They descended to the first floor again. Now they were in the part of the Academy where Evan had seldom been. In a part of the Academy. He knew some of the doors must lead to teachers' offices, and these they flew by in a rush. At last, Theron stopped before a thick oaken door. It had a lock above the handle, and the hole for the key was very large. Theron tried to... It had a lock, and the hole for the key was very large. Theron tried the handle. He knew some of the doors must lead to the teacher's offices, and these they flew by in a rush. Theron tried the handle. Lock, she said with a sigh of relief. That means Karog is not here. Who is Karog? Said Eben. The bellkeeper, said Caleb, looking at Theron with awe. Is this the bell tower? It is, said Theron. It is where we will find Lilith. How can you know? Said Eben, but she only gave him a steely look and did not answer. Kneeling, she peered into the lock and extended a finger. Eben felt an itch on his neck as he cast her magic. From behind her, he saw the glow of her eyes. A soft click came from within the lock, and the knob twisted in her hand. Quickly, they all filed in through the door, and Theron locked it again behind them. It had a lock, and the keyhole was very large. It had a lock, and the hole for the key was very large. You know, keyhole kind of works there. No need to be overly erudite. They stood in the base of a wide round tower with a stairwell that ran around the outer wall of the roof far above. Many windows pierced the walls, letting in shafts of light that crisscrossed each other in the air, illuminated by the dust motes that danced within them, so that looking up from the ground was like seeing a honeycomb made of the sun's glow. At the very top they could see the Academy's great bell. Eben had only viewed it from the streets of the city, where it seemed much like any other bell. From here, however, it seemed a massive thing, at least as large as a house, and its bronze glow in the sunlight nearly blinded them. Come, said Theron, we should climb as fast as we may, for there is no place to hide down here if Karog should return. I have heard she is half-blind anyway, said Caleb. That may be, but she has ears like a cat. Quickly. She leapt up the stairs two at a time. Eben and Caleb hastened to follow, but after only a few flights, they both wheezed and gasped as they clutched at the stone handrail. Theron hardly slowed at all. When they had almost lost sight of her, she stopped and turned to look at them in disgust. Honestly, how do the two of you survive? Most noble children are not so frail. Most noble children learn to be warriors, especially firstborn, said Caleb. They are not bookish. You claim that word as though it is something prideful, said Theron, arching an eyebrow. To some, it is. She slowed her pace, though she kept prodding and urging them to go faster, but Eben grew more and more uncomfortable the higher they climbed. Soon he had to press himself against the wall to their left, for he thought he might vomit if he caught sight of the floor far, far below them. He had never been overly fond of heights. It seemed an eternity before they reached the top. When they did, Eben and Caleb collapsed to the floor, wheezing. Eben scooted quickly away from the edge, for though the railing between him and the open air was thick and strong, still it made him nervous. But the other direction hardly seemed better, for about 5 paces away was the edge of the tower, and the railing there was made of thin wooden poles. His stomach turned again, and he pressed his fingers hard against the wooden floor as though he could catch it in his grip and hold on to it. Theron stood there before them, dwarfed by the mammoth bell beside her, looking all around. There were a few boxes and crates of things about, though Eben could not guess what they held, as well as many coils of rope stacked in the corners. Theron inspected them, eyes narrowed. What? Kneeling, she peered in the lock and extended a finger from behind her. He saw the glow of her eyes. Oh, you're right. I did read a sentence that wasn't there because I removed. It says in my ebook version. Eben felt an itch on his neck as she cast her magic, but he wouldn't be able to because she's a mind mage and he's an alchemist. So I removed that in the manuscript before I read it. Theron stood before them, dwarfed by the mammoth bell beside her, looking all around. There were a few boxes and crates of things about, though Eben could not guess what they held, as well as many coils of rope stacked in the corners. Theron inspected them, eyes narrowed. Lilith, she said softly, it is Theron. I know you are here. The tower was silent. Caleb looked to Eben uncertainly. Eben only tried not to look at the tower's edge, but after a moment they heard shuffling footsteps. Lilith stepped out from behind the coils of rope, a deep scowl embedded in her features. Eben was startled at the sight of her. He had not seen her plainly in some time. Even against the darkness of her skin, he could see the fading remnants of bruises where she had been beaten. Her academy robes covered most of them, but the fabric did not hide her face, and while her sleeves covered most of her hands, he spotted the pale pink of scars on the tips of her fingers, which were thin and wasted like a starving child's, and her eyes were an animal's, filled with the futile indignation of a fox brought to bay, showing its teeth without hope. What are you doing here? She snapped. I needed to speak with you, said Theron. What are they doing here? She turned eyes of fury on Eben and Caleb, who had, without realizing it, retreated halfway behind Theron. Eben steeled himself and stepped forward to stand at Theron's shoulder. We need your help, Lilith. Lilith ignored him, looking only at Theron. I never brought Orin or Nella into the bell tower. Never. Theron looked as though she had been slapped. I did not know that, but I would have brought them even if I did know. Even if I did know. You know that he... Isra has returned, and she has mage stones. We think she's getting them from your family. For a moment, whistling wind was the only sound. Then Lilith's eyes widened, and her lips twisted to a snarl. You think I have something to do with it? She screamed. You think I would set eyes on Isra without catching her in a blaze? She killed Orin. She did this. She held up her hands before her face so that the sleeves of her robe fell to her elbows. Beneath were tight underclothes of wool, proof against the cold which she dragged down to reveal her skin. Caleb gasped and Eben's stomach lurched. The scars on her fingers were not the half of the harm that had been done to her. Pink lines of torn flesh raced down the length of her arms, crisscrossing each other over and over. Some looked to still be healing. Theron's mouth worked, but she said nothing. Eben saw tears spring to her eyes, threatening to flood forth. He stepped forwards, drawing Lilith's baleful gaze away from Theron and onto himself. I am sorry, he said. We all are. You deserve none of what you received, and Isra was not alone in the blame for it. We were just as guilty. For a moment he wondered if she had even heard him, for her expression did not change. Finally she turned, stalking away to the other side of the bell tower. Go away, she said over her shoulder. I want nothing to do with any of you. Eben let loose a whoosh of breath and heard Caleb do the same, but Theron, unmoving, only watched Lilith go. It was wrong of us to ask this of her, Theron murmured. He wondered if she was right, but then he remembered Isra in the kitchens and felt again the blast of the artifact she had tried to use to kill them. Eben squared his shoulders, and then he took Theron in Caleb's arms. We are not done yet, he said quietly. Come. They set off along the platform after her. She had gone to sit on the edge of the tower, her feet hanging off the stone. Her feet hanging off the lip while she held onto the thin wooden railing. Eben's stomach did a turn at that. She did not look up, even as their feet scuffed to a stop behind her. I do not blame you for wanting to turn us away, said Eben. Indeed, Caleb had no wish to come to you, for you had never been kind to him, and Theron felt the same, for we have been far too cruel to you already. I cringe at the thought of trusting you in this after the way we met, but Theron has spoken to me of you and of the nobility she still sees in your heart, and her belief has convinced me. Lilith turned, her gaze locked with Theron's, and Eben saw her expression soften. At the same time, he felt Theron tense beside him, but it lasted only a moment before Lilith looked away again. I only want to be left alone, she said, but this time softly and without malice. Theron went forth and sat on the stone edge beside her. Eben's gut wrenched even worse, but from the ease with which she sat there, he guessed that Theron had done this many times before. What was it like when Isra had you under mine words, said Theron. Lilith shuddered beside her, and she bowed her head. It was horrible, she said in a low voice. Still, my mind reels when I try too hard to remember it. Some things I can recall. But it is like I watched it happen to someone else. When I entered the vaults, or when Vali... She stopped, remaining silent through several deep breaths. Her scarred, ruined fingers crept up to scratch at her temples. Other things I have forgotten entirely. And there are still other memories which come and go, and when they have gone, I cannot remember having remembered them. It is like a madness. Eben waited a moment, then he took a step forwards, only one, for he was still terrified at the tower's edge, and said, That is what Gia suffers even now. Isra has had her under control. Mayhap she has others. They will all suffer the same way. I would not ask you to face Isra again, but will you help us find her so that we may? Lilith glared at him over her shoulder for a moment, and then turned her face out again. You were fools if you think my family could have done this. Orn's death and my torture proved their innocence. Can you be so certain, said Theron? From what we have heard, some scion of your house had a hand in the Shade's attack. Mayhap they are also the ones who helped Isra, and may be helping her still. I know of whom you speak, but she could not have acted alone, said Lilith quickly. You are saying that others helped spit Orin like a pig, that others left me to scream as the mystics dug their knives into my flesh. Theron hung her head. These are dark days filled with dark deeds. Say for a moment that we are right. Would you let such deeds go unpunished? Lilith closed her eyes, taking a deep breath of the chilled air and then letting it out in a rush. Very well, she said quietly. I will ask about and see what may be learned, but I will not risk my neck for the three of you. It has been squeezed tight enough already. Of course, said Theron. She put a hand on Lilith's shoulder. The girl jerked away as if by instinct, but subsided almost at once. Thank you, Lilith. She rose to join Eben and Caleb, and they set off for the stairs leading down. Just before they rounded the edge of the bell and lost sight of Lilith, Eben glanced back. She had not moved, not even to watch them go. Chapter 10 done! Beer to beer! I'm going to take a short break, and I'll be right back. Bodegazilla. Top quality stream. One eternity later. Chapter 11. After studies ended that evening, Eben made for the streets and turned his steps towards the blue door in the west. Mako had begun his search, but now they had enlisted Lilith's aid as well. Only one more resource remained to them, Adar, with her fealty to the Guild of Lovers. And besides that, Eben had not been able to spend much time with her the previous night and hoped to make up for it. The evening was even icier than normal, and he pounded his hands against his arms. He thought at once that he should have brought a second cloak and considered going back for one, but just when he had made up his mind to do so, he heard the scrape of a boot on stone. Eben froze. He had ducked into an alley and shortcut between two busy thoroughfares, and it appeared empty, but the sound had been very distinct, though he could see no sign of anyone behind him now. He took one careful step forwards and then another. Then he pressed on at a regular pace, trying to convince himself that he imagined the sound and that it had been the echo of the noise of his own walking. But such thoughts did nothing to still his heart, which had begun to race. His steps quickened, though he told himself it was only to warm his limbs, and every few paces he glanced back over his shoulder casually, as though he was just looking about to see the sights of the city. Soon he had reached a main street again, and that relaxed him considerably. There were too many people around, constables and mystics and soldiers of all the 9 kingdoms for him to worry very much about an attack in the open. The black robes of an academy student were distinctive, and wearers of such were known to be under the High King's protection. But the busy street did not last forever, and eventually Eben had to turn. He reached the street and balked. Far down he could see one trader's cart plodding its way forward through the snow, but between him and the cart was a great stretch of empty space with no one in sight. He skipped the turn and made for the next street, but it was even more barren, with not a soul to be seen from where he stood to where it vanished in a turn behind the corner of an inn. Eben glanced back along the thoroughfare down which he had come. He saw nothing untoward among the crowd. No one spared him a second glance. He swallowed hard and stepped into the street. Now his footfalls, though muffled, could be heard bouncing from the buildings again. He listened hard, but heard no steps other than his own, and he could not be sure if he was imagining the feeling of eyes upon his back or if they were there in truth. At last he reached the corner of the inn behind which the street turned. Without slowing, he stopped on the spot and whirled to look behind him. The street was empty, or had he in fact seen the corner of a gray cloak whipping behind the edge of a nearby building? He passed the inn, and now he made no pretense of calm. He ran. The snow clutched his boots, dragging at him. He imagined fingers beneath its surface like the waterworks that drag sailors down to their deaths. Soon he was panting like a horse on the edge of collapse. His breath clouded around his head as if he were casting mists. Mists. Eben, you fool. He had utterly forgotten his magic. Now he darted for the closed mouth of an alley, dark and forbidding, but small, mayhap only a pace wider than his shoulders. Eben flung himself into its mouth and reached for his power. The alley, which had at first been pitch black to his sight, lightened considerably as his eyes began to glow. He focused on the air touching his skin. He saw it, and he spun mist within it. It sprang from him, flooding out to fill the tiny width of the alley. He was nowhere near as proficient as Caleb, but he still managed to extend it a few paces in every direction. It was as thick as a stew so that no one could see through it, but it blocked Eben's sight not at all, for it was born of his magic. He could see the alley's walls clearly, and when it branched off in 2 directions, he made the turn without pausing. But he left the mist where it was, moving through it while he remained at the fork. He could only hold it a moment, but by the time it dissipated, he had already turned the next corner, and the fork was out of sight. He would have laughed if he were not afraid of being heard. Anyone behind him would be lost now, and just ahead he could see the next main street, where many carts and travelers on horseback crossed the alleys. A blast of air struck him in the chest, flinging him backwards and robbing his lungs of breath. He tried to cry out, but only a thin wheeze emerged. Strong, wiry hands clutched his collar and dragged him upright, around the corner and out of sight of the street. The hands slammed him up against the alley's wall. Eben stared in the eyes of Zane, dean of the academy. "Good eve, Drayden. Where are you off to in such a hurry?" Zane's voice was carefully controlled, but Eben could hear the fury within it. He tried to answer, but Zane's hand pressed against his throat. Hot breath washed over Eben's face, and he smelled wine. Speak not. You are a student. Listening should be your primary concern. I wanted to tell you, his lip curled. I wanted to tell you that I received your family's note. Eben blinked. What? He barely managed to croak the word. I will not tell them where she is, Zane growled. I would die first. I would not let Aaron die for her, but then I do not believe you mean to release him no matter what I do. I know the note's true purpose. It is supposed to make me lash out at your family, mayhap even at you yourself, so that the Dradens will have leverage. Then they can persuade the High King to remove me. Did you think this was a clever plan? Did you think I would not see through it? You were wrong. I know not. Do not speak, hissed Zane. He did not squeeze, but the venom in his words silenced Eben anyway. You are fools if you think to dupe me with the same ruse as before. Cyrus played this game and it worked for him then. Dristan played this game and it worked for him then. It will not work again. I am wiser now, wise enough to see what you are doing. You may tell your family they have made a mistake. I will find my son, I will prove you took him, and then your names will be purged across the 9 kingdoms, and if Aaron has been harmed, I will not be gentle in the purging. He snatched his hand back, and Eben fell to the ground, clutching his throat and coughing. Zane looked down on him with malice, his fingers twitching as though he longed to fill them with fire. Tell your kindred, and tell them they have but one hope. They may return Aaron to me. Bring him to the academy and leave him at the front door. If it is done, I will cease my efforts to destroy them. If it is not, I will not rest until you all burn. Tell them. Eben raised his head to look Zane in the eyes, and despite his fear, he did not waver. I know not what you speak of, said Zane. I have nothing to do with your son. Ezra took him. She tried to kill me only 2 nights ago. If you think we are in league with her, you are mad yourself. Zane snarled, and blue fire sprang into his palm. He snatched Eben's collar and pressed him to the wall again, and the blue flame swung back. Eben flinched and cried out, pressing back against the wall as though he could sink through it and escape. But then Zane stopped, his gaze locked with Eben's. Slowly the mage light died in his eyes, and when they were clear, Eben saw no fury at all. Instead, he saw only a trace of doubt. Either you are lying, in which case darkness take you, or you are telling the truth and you are ignorant of your family's deeds. If that is true, then you are their sacrificial lamb. Either way, you are a walking corpse. Tell them what I have said. Tell them quick, lest they use you like bait on the end of a hook. His eyes filled with light, and wind sprang from nowhere. It flung snow up into the air, thicker than mist, and Eben had to shield his eyes against the stinging gale. When the wind died down, the snow settled back to the street. Zane had gone. Chapter 11 done! So that's definitely one instance of Zane being a bit of a douche nozzle, but, like, I don't see how I can change that. Like, it's very motivated. You know? I don't know. Bum, bum, bum. Chapter 12. For a little while he stood there, every limb shaking, afraid to move, for he thought his legs might give out if he tried. But then he realized he was still in the alley and still out of sight of the street, so he forced his frozen legs to walk. And soon he was in a crowd again. He had drawn closer to the blue door, and when he saw it at last, it began to shake again, though this time from relief. The door opened easily under his hand, and the matron in the front room looked up expectantly. When she saw Eben, her eyes filled with surprise. "Good eve, young sir," she said. "Adara is in her room and unoccupied." Eben fumbled for his coin purse, but the matron held up a hand with her palm out. "That is not necessary. She has informed us of your new arrangement, and you no longer need bring any gold to visit her here." Eben pulled out a gold weight and placed it in her hand, where her fingers closed around it after only a moment's hesitation. "Take it regardless," he said. "Tonight I do not visit only for love." He let himself through the door and made his way down the hall. His careful knock produced only silence for a moment. Then he heard her hesitant voice, almost a question. "Come in." When he opened the door, she looked even more surprised than the matron had. "Eben," she said, "I thought not to see you so soon." "I thought not to visit tonight," said Eben, "but plans have been altered, and I must speak with you." "Has it something to do with Ezra?" Eben looked behind him, but the hallway remained empty. Still, he closed the door and turned the lock. "It does," he said quietly. "Come." She patted the space on the bed beside her. He sat, and at once her hands covered his own, stilling his fidgeting fingers. He smiled up at her. "You are shaking," she said. "What has happened?" He remembered the fury in Zane's eyes, the wine that filled the dean's breath, but he had not come here to speak of Zane. Hey, Cozy. Welcome to the stream. Have a free book. Yeah, I'm reading fast because I'm doing a proofread. This is just proofreading, catching little minor grammar stuff, so it's not like I'm not trying to like deliver it like I would an actual audiobook. I thought to ask you for a favor. If I may grant it without dishonor, then consider it done, she said. "Only, Eben, you must tell me what is wrong." But something overcame him. He swiped at his eyes with the back of his hand. Now that he was in her presence, the whole encounter with Zane seemed at once distant and forgotten, and yet somehow more real and terrifying. But the last thing he wanted was to weep in Adara's presence, for their time together should be joyous. Adara leaned back with an appraising look, and he flinched, thinking she scorned him, but she stood quickly and took his hands, drawing him up after her. "Come," she said softly, "let us retire to my home." He had no chance to answer, let alone argue, for she led him out and down the hall at once. The matron asked no questions, but bid them farewell with a nod. It was not long before they were situated in Adara's little room again. As before, she seated Eben at her table by the window, but she did not sit with him. Instead, she went to her cupboard and drew forth 2 glass goblets. No, not glass, Eben quickly saw. Crystal. Each was wrapped with a narrow gold band, and the crystal was carved in intricate rippled diamond shapes. He marveled at them while she drew wine and mead from a cupboard. "These must have cost a fortune," he said, distracted from his fears for the moment. She shrugged. "I did not buy them. Another gift from a happy client, and a wealthy one, I wager." Eben grew solemn. "I did not mean to take much of your time tonight, nor reduce the coin you might have earned. I can be brief, and mayhap another time we—" Adara stopped short, and one of her fingers rose from the neck of the bottle it held. "No, it is my evening, and I will choose how to spend it. Your concern for my work is touching, but I do not lack for coin." He smirked at his goblet. That was something he did not doubt. She came to the table with the bottles and filled both their cups. "What do we drink to?" he said, raising his cup. She did not raise her own, but only met his gaze for a moment. In her eyes he saw a fresh anxiety. It was the same look she had worn when first she invited him here, another wall coming down. He leaned forwards. "To knowing more of each other," she said. Eben smirked. "I hardly think we could know more of each other than we do." That earned him a wicked smile, but it quickly subsided, and her voice grew even more solemn. I should like to get drunk with you, Eben of the family Drayden." He blinked, looking at the cup of wine in his hand. I do not understand." "Drunk, inebriated, overfilled with wine until our brains are addled. You cannot be a stranger to the concept." Eben tried to frown, but the sardonic twist of her lips softened him. "You know that is not what I meant. Why do you want to get drunk?" I've meant to ask you this for some time," she said. With a fingernail, she picked at the table, scraping up a bit of its lacquer. "Even before we told each other how we felt. In fact, that was how I first thought I would hear true words of love pass your lips. I thought for certain that they would never pass mine any other way." His hand covered hers, stopping her from scratching the table further. "Adara, you need not get me drunk to hear that I love you. Have I not said it enough? 1,000 times will I repeat it, and learn to say it in all the tongues of Underrealm, if you wish. I will find the imps and the wurts and the satyrs in their homes, and even the centaurs where they are vanished in the spine ridge, and learn to speak their words as well, if that is what you want." "It is not," she said, rolling her eyes, "and you are a fool. Charming, but a fool. It is not the words I hope to draw from you, for I have told you that lovers' words do not only come from lovers' lips. I thought once that you said pleasant things we both wanted to hear, and that I might hear the truth if you were disarmed, shall we say. And I feared to tell you how I myself had begun to feel, and thought mead might make the confession come more easily." Eben leaned back. "I see, but you know now that I speak true. You know the same of me," she said, "and yet—" He looked down in his hands, for he had guessed at her mind. Not long ago he had been shocked to learn she once lived in Dulmoon. Yet how could that have surprised him? He had learned nothing else of her life, and she knew little enough of his, beyond his deeds since he had come to the High King's seat. To your life and mine, said Eben. He raised his glass and looked into her eyes, suddenly aware that those sounded far too similar to wedding words, but he did not flinch. She met his look and raised her goblet in turn. To your life and mine, she said. Let them be laid bare, and we the better for it. They both drained their cups. Adara reached at once for the mead to fill hers again, but Eben stopped her and took the bottle to pour it for her. She smiled and poured his cup in turn. Can you tell me now what brought you to my door, she said, or must I force another goblet down your throat? Eben tried to smile, but his thoughts turned dark again. It was a little matter. Her eyes said she did not believe him. She put her hand over his. Tell me something else, then. A thing of yours you have withheld until now. Withheld from you? Yes, whatever you wish. Something new. He looked down at her hand, for he had thought of something at once, but even now he hated the thought of telling her, for it stung his eyes and put a lump in his throat. She lowered her head a bit, trying to catch his eye. That, Eben. Remember. Your life and mine. I thought of my brother, Momen, Eben murmured. He was afraid if he raised his voice at all, he would break. I thought of when he died. She waited a moment. When he did not go on, she spoke softly. What about when he died? When I heard the news, I locked myself in my room and did not come out for days. I let no one in. I know they all thought I wept. The truth is, I could not. Tears would not come no matter how badly I wanted them to, and I was ashamed. I thought I was a monster for not weeping at my brother's death, for I loved him dearly. And I never told anyone about those days locked in my room. I know they all think I shed tears in private, but I never did. By the time he finished speaking, his head had already begun to fog. The wine must have been strong, or else it was the effect of drinking it so quickly. Adara took her hand from his and leaned back, nodding slowly. When she answered him, her words ran together. I left Idris when I was only a little girl, she said. My parents brought me to Feldamar with them, for my father had a cousin who promised him a position upon a merchant's caravan. He joined it and was often gone on long journeys. Yet he worked for the same merchant and spent more time away than at home. One day I found out my mother had taken a lover in secret, betraying him. The next time he came home, she told him what she had done and that she no longer loved him. He told her that he too had found another. He had met her while journeying in Selvin years before. They screamed at each other for hours until finally I rose from my bed and slipped out my window and ran from the house. I have not seen them since. Eben was frozen in his seat. He could scarcely imagine anything worse. Certainly if that had happened to his parents he would have cared little. His father had never had love for him, and he had always thought his mother would be happier with another. But in Adara's voice he heard an aching, bone-deep sadness, and he knew at once that she had loved her father and mother both. Is that when you left for Dolmun? He said quietly. Adara shook her head. That is another tale, and another cup. We have both told one now. Drink. She followed her own advice, raising her goblet and beginning to drink. Eben drank from his as well, though not half so eagerly as last time. He could feel the drink seeping in at the back of his mind now, like a soundless ringing in his ears, an ecstasy longing to be acted upon. He refilled Adara's cup, and she filled his. Zane attacked me tonight, said Eben. Well, I say attacked. He did not harm me, though I suppose he did, after all, did he not? But not greatly. Not if there is no small red mark here. He pointed to his neck, where he vividly remembered Zane's thumb pressing into his jugular. Adara leaned forwards, blinking twice. There is not. Then he did not harm me greatly, said Eben, but he threatened me. He told me my family sent him a note. What kind of note? Am I telling the story? He said, but he grinned to soften the words. He said a note about his son. Aaron, his name is. His son, not Zane. Zane's name is Zane. He said he would not tell us where she was. Adara frowned, looking out the window. Where who was? Eben spread his hands helplessly, almost spilling his goblet. He put it back on the table, reflecting that he probably should not have held it when he gestured so. I do not know, but he would not tell me the information he seemed to think I desired, that much was certain, and he said that if we harmed Aaron he would destroy us, all of us. But you do not have Aaron. Eben shrugged. I have told him that, or rather I told him that tonight. I've just realized that I never told him that before. I likely should have. Not that it would have been a comfort, for he would not have believed me, and it might have sounded suspicious, defending against an accusation that had not yet been leveled. But if you do not have Aaron, why would your family have sent him a note? That troubles me. Of course, anyone could have put our name on a scrap of paper, or left it blank, and Zane would have guessed it came from us, for his hatred knows no limits. She looked at him in silence for a moment, and through the fog of wine he saw her eyes glint with appraisal. You do not think Mako would have done it, even without Aaron in hand, if he thought he could gain something from provoking Zane. The thought had crossed my mind, yet you are not wrong. The thought had not crossed my mind, yet you are not wrong. He scowled into his goblet. I mean to speak to him tomorrow, for in any case I should tell him what happened with Zane. I will ask him then. Adara nodded sagely as though it were a great wisdom. Then she held up a finger. Your last truth was a truth of the past, and I answered in kind, but the truth you have just told me is a truth of the present, so I will answer with my own. Tonight, a boy behind the blue door told me I was a fool for falling in love with you. He said you were a merchant's son, a gold bag, and that you had tricked me into giving you my services without asking for coin in return. Eben frowned. But that is a lie. She stopped him with a sharply raised hand. I did not ask for your answer. That is the purpose of this. Adara waved a hand in the general direction of the goblets and the bottles. And besides, I gave him my answer already. I told him he was a wool-headed steer and that I had heard complaints from many of his clients about his woeful lack of expertise in our trade and that he likely received only half of the usual rate for his work. He broke down weeping and fled through the blue door. I hope he never returns. And now we have each told another truth. They both took their time now, sipping gingerly at their cups, but they spoke no words, only met each other's eyes. Eben became aware of her foot atop his under the table. He twitched his leg. She moved her own in response. Mayhap we should finish these goblets upon the bed, he suggested. Are you certain? She gave him a coy smile. We both know wine can trouble your performance. That is why I suggest we move quickly, he said, standing from his chair, because you have never seen me well and truly drunk, Adara, and so I suggest you make use of me while you may. She laughed easily and took his proffered hand to rise. Cups forgotten, they undressed each other piece by piece. Again she cared for him and he for her. Then they took their cups and brought them to the bedside tables and huddled together under the warm fur blanket, but they did nothing else. You did not come here to speak to me of Zane, she whispered in his ear. Her hand traced the almost absent lines of his thin, youthful chest. He found you on your way. Why did you come to see me again so soon? He sighed. I came to ask a favor, though I have no great wish to do so. Her hand slid lower. I am amenable to favors. What do you need? Caleb and Theron and I, and Lilith. Oh yes, we have befriended Lilith. Not befriended, that is wrong. We are in league with her. I suppose that is a poor way to put it as well. In any case, we need to know where Isra has gone. She is here on the seat. There must be a trace of her, and you are a lover. Of course, I have many lovers I can turn to. Not, she giggled, and Eben snorted a bark of laughter. Not lovers. That is not what I meant. Other lovers. Lovers like me, I mean. He kissed her deeply. There are no lovers like you. Be silent, flatterer. I will ask them, but I do not understand. Why were you reluctant to ask me this? It is hardly any trouble at all. That sobered him, for the answer had been troubling him greatly. At first my mind was taken by Zane and his threats, and then I still fear for your safety, and more so the further you were drawn into all this. If Isra knew of your existence, I do not doubt that she would come for you just to hurt me. And between the amulet and our mind word of Dasko, and now our investigation of Yaren, I feel as though peril haunts my every step. And I walk well outside the King's Law now, though I hate to do it. But you do hate it, she said, and that makes the difference. Now you have told me something of the future. I will do the same. One day, not soon mayhap, but one day, I want you to take me back to Feldamar, where I have not returned since I left. He ran a finger through the hair on her temple. Of course, I know not when or how, but I vow that I will do it. Her eyes shone with tears. Dear, dear Eben, was that a truth? You do not owe me another one. Eben kissed her. I will give you all of my truth, whenever you wish it. To his shock, the tears broke, trickling down her cheeks. One day I, too, may be able to do the same. I cannot yet, not even now. Then she pushed him gently back towards the side table. Now drink. Bump, bump, ba-da-ba-da-dum, bump. Brown chicken, brown cow. Chapter 13. That was a long one. Chapter 13. Eben scarcely remembered stumbling home later that night. He had one vivid picture of vomiting into a gutter in the streets of the city, and the next day he did not receive punishment for staying out late, so he guessed that he must have returned before curfew. But his next clear memory was waking in his bed the next morning with a terrible headache and a stomach that felt ready to spill itself onto the stone floor. He threw on his robe and ran to the privy as quickly as he could, where he spilled his guts again. Then he simply sat there for a while, leaning to the side so that his head was pressed against the frigid stone wall. Once again, that morning after throwing up thing, written from long experience. It's the little details. It's the way that you're at a toilet, but still you put your head on the wall, or sometimes, if it's really bad, on the toilet seat, just to have something cold touching your skin because, oh God, it's so bad. A bell rang at last, signaling the end of breakfast and the beginning of the day's classes. For the record, that has not happened to me in a long time. I just want to say that. But once upon a time, it happened to me decently often. And thus it made its way into my work. And so he stumbled out and down the hall, but he made one quick diversion on his way to Perrin's room. He stepped outside and went to the place in the citadel wall where he knew Mako's secret door stood. There he found the stone of alabaster and placed it under a scribbled note on a scrap of parchment from his pocket. Morning's class was slow and painful. Perrin often gave him a disapproving look, and next to him little Estrella tended to lean away in her seat so that he guessed he must smell like wine and mayhap vomit, but he managed to keep some level of composure. After years beneath his father's roof, he was no stranger to drinking, and so his class passed without comment. The moment the lunch bell rang, he was out of his seat and hurrying through the halls again, making for the grounds and a bench near the secret door. He reached it and sat and did not have to wait long before he heard a rustle in the hedges beside him. Mako stepped out of the shrubbery and fixed him with a hard look. You are drunk. Not any more, said Eben, squinting in the sun. Now I only regret being drunk. Mako sniffed. It smells the same. I received your note. What is it? Eben stood from the bench, then swayed for a moment before he could recover himself. He crossed his arms over his chest, a perfect mirror of Mako's stance, and met the man's eyes. Did you send a ransom message to Zane? A blink. What in the 9 lands do you speak of, boy? Eben sighed, feeling his shoulders droop. Mako was a good liar, mayhap among the best, and so it could be that he only feigned his shock, but the look of surprise on his face was good enough for Eben, at least in his drunken state. Never mind. Zane came for me last night, speaking of a ransom note. He thought it came from us. He was about to sit back down on the bench, but Mako snatched his collar and dragged him to his feet. What note? What did it say? I did not see it, Mako. Eben made a half-hearted attempt to remove the bodyguard's hand, but gave it up almost at once. Whoever sent it is looking for someone, a woman, and thinks Zane knows where she is, but he said he would never reveal the secret. Mako's eyes glinted. Does the woman have a name? Eben frowned. Not that I know. I told you I did not see the note. Why? Do you know of her? A pregnant silence stretched so long that Eben quite forgot about his headache, but at last Mako released his collar, pushing him ungently away. Never you mind, little Eben. More important than the note itself is Zane's mind concerning it. He says it came from us, and I doubt anything will convince him otherwise, but if the note bore the name of anyone in the family, he would not have come to you. He would have gone straight to the High King. I guessed as much myself, said Eben, but Zane seemed most certain. Do you think this is something my father could have done? Mako frowned. Once I would have said he would never be so foolish, but he since has proven himself at least that much so. It still does not make sense, though, and for one reason. Shay could never hold Aaron without my knowing of it already. How, then, do we solve the riddle, said Eben. Someone sent the note and did so to drive a wedge between us and the Dean, or if they did not intend that, it has happened regardless. Then Mako's eyes lit and he snapped his fingers. They did intend it. It is one more step in their plan. An anonymous ransom note sent to Zane in the knowledge he would think it was from us, sent by the one who holds Aaron in their clutches. Eben frowned, trying to work it out. Then Ezra sent the note? Mako cuffed him on the side of the head, but not mayhap as hard as he might have. Still, it made stars dance in Eben's eyes, and he groaned in pain. No, little idiot, the ones behind Ezra. Yaren. They are the only ones who could keep Ezra's hiding place from me this long. If anyone else were hiding her somewhere on the seat, especially someone like Shay, I should have found her already. Do you have a way of finding where Yaren may be keeping her? Eben felt a wave of guilt as he thought of Lilith. Almost he spoke on and told Mako of the conversation with her, but then he thought of Theron's insistence and held his tongue. There are many ways, but none... There are many ways, but none to know... There are many ways of finding out, but I cannot know which will bear fruit, said Mako. Then I leave you to it, said Eben. Only hurry, because the longer the search continues, the more energetic I think Zane will become, and if it is discovered that Theron holds the amulet of Kakit, then we are all doomed. Mako gave him a careful look. I've spent some thought on that. There's a way to remove the amulet as a threat. There is, said Eben, frowning. How? We could let it be known that Theron carries it. The faculty would catch her and imprison her, but you, having revealed the truth, would face no penalty. Eben froze. But Theron would be... My duty does not bind me to protect Theron, only you. Rage coursed through Eben's veins, making him shake where he stood. You will not do that, said Eben. I swear that if you so much as breathe a word of it to anyone, I will see that you suffer Theron's fate twice over. Mako cocked his head, and a little smile played at the corner of his mouth. How very like your father you sound just now. But I take no orders from him either, little Eben. My duty countermands your rage, and your threat is shorn of claws or fangs. But you do take orders from Halab, said Eben. He took a step forward, as though he was aware how pathetic it must seem when the bodyguard stood... a full head taller. And if you should betray Theron, I will tell her everything. I will tell her of Matami. Yes, mayhap she suspects and wishes to say nothing, but I will not let the matter lie. And then I will tell her how you made me party to the murder, endangering me before the king's law. And finally, I will return to the academy and tell Zane all that I have told Halab, and more besides. The truth about Ezra and the amulet, and how you fled just before Ezra took his... With movements too fast to see, Mako spun him by the shoulder and kicked out the back of his knees. Eben fell, his head slamming upon the stone bench where Mako's knobby fingers held him fast. He felt the sharp prick of a dagger on the back of his neck. Even as he gasped in pain, Eben held perfectly still, terrified to move. My duty is to guard you, said Mako, and to guard Halab, but Halab comes first, always, and you have just threatened to put her in mortal peril. And all for the sake of a girl who is no kin to either of us. Sort out your loyalties, gold shitter. They are clear to my mind, if not to yours, said Eben. I trust that Halab would emerge from such a mess unscathed. I cannot say the same for you. He heard a snort behind him, and though he could not see Mako's face, he heard incredulity in the bodyguard's voice. You would sacrifice yourself for your friend, as easy as breathing. Be silent. I was not asking. I was seeing a truth for the first time. The pressure on Eben's head vanished as did the dagger's tip behind him. Very well, gold shitter. If you wish to live in foolish nobility, it is yours to have. I prefer life and power and a purse full of coin. Slowly Eben rose. The motion and the impact on the stone had made his headache twice as painful, and he grimaced as he found his feet. But though Mako had thoroughly trounced him, he still felt a small sense of victory. Now then, it is of the utmost importance that you find Ezra before anyone can discover that Theron holds the amulet. Mako smirked at him. I've told you already that I will use my every resource, and I have many of them. We know already that Ezra must have used my secret entrance to get into and out of the academy. I have placed a watch upon it so that if anyone comes or goes, I will hear of it. Worry not, little Eben. Your friend will not face the knives of the mystics, and I will soon remove the problem of Ezra from our lives. He turned and vanished into the hedge. Eben rubbed at the back of his neck and shuddered as he felt a little drop of blood. It felt very much as though a fox troubled his hen house, and he had just released a lion to kill the thing. He had little doubt the fox would die, but what might the lion do after? That night, Theron went to place her mind word on Dasko for the final time. All the afternoon they spent together in the library. She bounced in her armchair. Her leg would not stop twitching back and forth, and a smile played constantly at her lips. Eben grew irritated after a while, but how could he tell her to stop? She had borne the greatest burden of guilt out of all of them, and deserved every feeling of elation. When at last dinner had gone by, she led them out onto the academy's grounds. Eben and Caleb kept careful watch for anyone drawing too near as they went. No one did. Theron had little mind for anyone or anyone other than Dasko, but Eben was afraid that fate would play some cruel joke and that someone would catch them in their crime even as they prepared to stop forever. But they reached the meeting place without incident, and there they found Dasko waiting for them. He stood as they entered, and while Caleb stood lookout again, Theron went to him. After we are done here, you will forget you have seen us, and if asked, you will say only that you went out for a walk on the academy grounds, alone. When I tell you we are finished, you will enter the citadel. You will find Zane, and you will tell him your head is spinning, and that your memory plays tricks on you. You will tell him you saw Ezra. Yes, said Dasko. He should not be so certain, said Eben quietly. The faculty had to believe that Dasko was under mind word, and therefore his memory needed to be shaky and unclear. Theron glared at him, but turned back to Dasko after a moment. You will tell Zane that you think you saw Ezra, but you cannot be certain. Yes, said Dasko. Theron released a great heave of breath. We are finished. Yes. Dasko stepped past her, making for the gap in the hedge. He was almost gone, almost out of sight, when Theron took a half step after him and called out, I am sorry. Yes. Then he was gone. Chapter 14. Done chapter. Yum. The next morning, Eben felt his heart in his throat as he approached the dining hall. He found Theron within, already sitting with a plate of food, but Caleb was nowhere to be seen. Theron had great bags under her eyes, and her fingers were twitching. Eben wondered if she had slept at all the night before. Very soon now they would learn if the scheme had worked. Quickly, he fetched his own food and joined her at table. Have you heard anything? He said. Who do you think I speak to, other than you and Caleb? Said Theron irritably. She stabbed her spoon into her oatmeal. Eben smirked at her words until he realized how true they were, and how he too had precious little conversation within the academy, unless it was with his two closest friends. It seemed an age before Caleb arrived. When he did, they tried to wave him over to the table, but he only waved back and set off to get food. Theron gave an angry growl and made to go after him, but Eben urged her to remain seated. Let us make no more commotion than we must, he said. Waiting a little while longer will not change the answer. At last Caleb joined them at the table, and the moment his rear touched the bench, Theron had seized his arm to drag him close. What have you heard? She said. Has the rumor flown yet? Let go of me, Caleb growls, pulling himself from her reach. Am I your only source of news? There are hundreds of students in the academy. Pretend for a moment that you are indeed the only one, said Eben. Now speak, and quickly. Yes, the rumor has flown. They are saying that Dasko was found under the influence of mind word, and suspicion has fallen upon Ezra, as it should have. Theron gave a happy cry, slapping her hand down on the table. Eben quickly tamped down his own smile, leaning in to hiss at her. Be silent. We are trying not to draw attention, remember? Theron grew quiet, but could not remove the smile from her face. Nor could Eben blame her for that. She tore through her breakfast and stood at once, grinning down at them. I fancy a walk upon the grounds. Do either of you care to join me? Eben waved her off. We are still hungry. Go and enjoy yourself. But just then Lilith appeared behind Theron. Theron turned to leave and ran straight into her, forcing her to take a step back. Lilith winced and seemed for a moment as if she might fall, but Theron gripped her arms and held her upright. Lilith, I am sorry. Forgive me. It is nothing, said Lilith, turning aside as her dark cheeks grew darker still. May I sit with you for a moment? Theron gave Caleb and Eben an awkward look. Of course. I shall see the two of you in the library. Actually, I meant the three of you at once, said Lilith. Oh, of course. Here. Theron held out an arm, helping Lilith as she settled herself down onto the bench. She leaned forwards, prompting Eben and Caleb to do the same from the other side of the table. I visited my family, at least those who dwell upon the seat and who I may speak to openly. Anne, said Eben, does anyone know aught of Ezra? No one seemed to, said Lilith. Of course, I cannot interrogate everyone, but if she is being held in some place owned by my kin, some would know about it. And I heard no breath of such a thing, nor saw the downcast eyes of a liar. If indeed someone in our clan is working alongside her, that truth is buried deep, deeper than I can dig, at any rate. Blast, said Caleb. He leaned back, crossing his arms with a pout. I suppose that would have made things too easy, and fate has no wish to make our lives convenient. I am sorry, said Lilith. I wish I had a different answer, but I do not. Theron cautiously put a hand on her arm. Lilith stiffened in her seat, but did not pull away. Thank you, Lilith. You have done us a great service, and more than we should have asked of you in the first place. We will not forget it. Silence ruled for a moment until Theron gave Eben and Caleb a hard look. The two of them quickly murmured their assent. It was the least I could do after Orin, said Lilith. Good day to all of you. She stood and left the table, joining Nella, who sat a little distance away. That is a disappointment, said Theron. Indeed, said Calum. I suppose we must rely on Mako now. And on Adara, though I wonder if the Lovers' Guild reaches as far as your family. Oh, yes, said Eben. In truth, he had barely heard them, for he was watching Lilith and Nella. The two of them sat at a table with many other students, but separated from them by a little distance. They were more than alone. They were lonely. Each fixed a somber stare upon their breakfast bowls, and when they raised their eyes to speak, their words were clipped and muted. They looked nothing like the girls who had tormented Eben when he first arrived, and that should have seemed like a good thing, but there was no joy in his heart. Instead, he felt hollow, but likely only half so much as they did, for they had lost Orin. He glanced at Calum and Theron, who had kept on talking despite his distraction. What would it be like, he wondered, trying to carry on with one of them dead? He tried to imagine sitting here, eating his porridge with Calum or with Theron, and the third seat empty. Would he ever be able to look away from it? Or would it loom between them, vacant and filled with presence at the same time, as though a spirit sat between them, invisible and silent, watching? Eben shuddered, and his thoughts returned to Orin. Despite Lilith's words, he believed Mako. Yaren had to be behind this. He wondered how a family could be so cruel, concocting schemes that led to the death and torture of their own children. The thought of Isra striking again made him quail, and he imagined her crushing the life from one of his friends as her eyes glowed black. He could not allow it. Magestones, he muttered. Theron and Calum jumped in their seats, and both looked quickly all about them. Be silent, you idiot, growled Theron. You should know better by now than to say that word aloud in this place. Oh, who cares for that anymore, said Eben, leaning forwards. Zane himself told us all that we cannot keep hiding from the truth about Magestones and their effects, though no doubt he would roast me if he heard me saying the word, unjust as it might be. I think Lilith may be able to help us find Isra after all, if she can find where the stones are coming from. Calum looked at Theron. He might be right. If someone is helping her and they are wise, they will not deal with her closely. They may funnel the stones to someone outside the family, and that person may bring them to Isra. I know it is a great thing to ask, said Eben, but it could help. Theron's eyes shifted back and forth, and though she said no word of argument, neither did she rise at first. She has likely taken a great risk already. I think she is clever, said Eben. Theron's nostrils flared, and he held up a hand. No, do not misunderstand me. I only mean that I am sure she can ask about such things without endangering herself. Lilith is no fool, and if she does attract some attention, it can be no more dangerous than the peril facing the Academy and all who dwell here. Theron's jaw clenched. We should not discuss this here. I will ask her to see us in the library this afternoon. She rose and went to Lilith's side, leaning down to whisper in her ear. After a moment, she straightened and left the dining hall. Lilith looked over her shoulder, giving Eben a small nod. Nod. Okay, we only have a minute and 15 left, but I was actually planning on going for an extra hour today, but I'm so burned out already from so much reading. I am going to do one more chapter, which should take me right to 1 o'clock. Then I'm going to go for a walk. Then I'm going to come back and try to press on. Chapter 15. That morning in Perrin's class, Eben found himself endlessly distracted by thoughts of Lilith and the family Yaren. He tried to concentrate, shutting his eyes tight to block out the buzzing of his worries. You're preoccupied today. Estrella's words held no judgment nor much interest. You spoke in the same dead monotone. What are you thinking about? Estrella's words held no judgment nor much interest. She spoke in the same dead monotone he had come to expect from her recently. It is all the business going on about the Academy these days. You mean with Isra? I'm no fool. Eben frowned. He had not wanted to bring that up. He chose not to answer, instead looking down at the rod in his hand. Turning it from wood to stone was now as easy as blinking, but he had not yet managed to turn it the other way, though at times he felt as if he were close. Some other spells he had grown more proficient in. After the night with Matami, he could shift stone much more easily, but transmuting up, the colloquial term for turning simple matter more complex, still eluded him. Now he closed his eyes and took a deep... breath. He pressed his fingertips to the rod, peering into it with his mind's eye. The room grew brighter with his mage light. He saw the rod and the simple parts that made up its stone, small and solid and clinging together tightly. He changed them. Nothing happened. He changed them. The rod rippled. A fine sweat broke out on Eben's brow. His teeth pressed so tight together that his chin began to hurt. A little gasp burst from his mouth, unbidden. He changed them. Wood rippled along the rod in an instant. With a snap, the mage light died in his eyes. Yes, Eben crowed, leaping from his bench and holding the rod aloft. Then he froze. The whole classroom had fallen silent around him while every student stared. Near the back of the room, Perrin fixed him with a hard look, though he thought he saw some trace of amusement in her eyes. Well, Eben, she said, now that you have all of our attention, what do you mean to do with it? Nothing, instructor, Eben stammered. He proffered the wand. Only I've turned my rod to wood at last. That is well done. And what are the rest of you staring at? Get back to your lessons. Around the room, everyone jerked in their seats and turned their eyes back to the spells on the desks before them. Perrin murmured some final words to the student she was with and then lumbered to the front of the room. Well, change it back, she said. Eben focused, and in a moment the rod rippled back to stone. Good. That comes easily to you now, as it should. And the other way again, so that I can see it. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and concentrated. Then he stared at the rod. No, glared at it, every muscle in his body tensing, his knuckles white as he gripped it. It did not take quite so long this time, but still it seemed an eternity before wood rippled down along its length, transforming it. Very well done indeed, said Perrin. It took you mayhap a little longer to learn the first spell than it should have, but with your skill at shifting stone, I should say you were right on course to finish this class in a year. Eben groaned. I thought this took no time at all. It has not even been 2 months yet. But this is the easiest of your testing spells. You had better get to work on the next, for it will take you far longer to learn. He slumped back down onto his bench, dejected. Perrin clapped him gently on the shoulder. Gently for her, though Eben thought she might break his collarbone. No need to look so crestfallen. You are a wizard just like any other, Eben, and that is something remarkable, even if you do not have the strength of some wizard king. Of course, instructor. Do you remember your second test? He searched his mind and looked away, embarrassed. I confess I have forgotten. I remember I have to change a stone's color, but I think that is the third one. Right you are, she said. Now you must learn to turn a flower to ice without changing its shape. There's a vase of them near the front of the room. Go fetch one. She left him to help another student while he went to do as she commanded. When he returned, he gave Estrella a rueful look. She returned only a dead-eyed stare. There's always another lesson to be learned, I suppose, said Eben. Always, murmured Estrella. She reached out for his wooden rod, which now lay on the desk before her. With a flash of her eyes, she turned it to stone, and then with another flash, she turned it back to wood. Eben gawked at her. What? How did you do that? The corner of her mouth twitched in a smile, but she crushed it at once. You've just done the same thing. I've been practicing longer than you, and it is a great effort. You did it as easily as flipping a coin. But she turned it in the last book, didn't she? She frowned and looked about. Some spells come more easily to some wizards, they say. Of course, I did not mean offense, Eben said quickly, but he thought, how could I not have seen the great strides she has taken in her learning? Am I so poor a friend? What else can you do? Have you been practicing other spells? Rather than draw her out, that seemed only to make her retreat further into her shell. Her shoulders hunched and she pushed the rod away so that it rolled down the desk. No, that one just came easily. Guilt struck him like a blow to the ribs. He had been so preoccupied with Isra and Lilith the last few days he had almost forgotten Estrella entirely. The girl she had once viewed as an older sister now ran amok, threatening all who studied at the academy. How must she be suffering? She needed him now more than ever, but he was off spending his evenings with Adara instead. I am sorry I have not come to see you as much, he said in a low voice. There is no excuse, for I know your heart must be greatly troubled. And do you think you can rid me of that trouble? I'm working. Everyone is troubled, but I think you are all idiots. I do not believe Isra means to hurt anyone, though it seems clear you think she does. Eben frowned. He knew Estrella must be troubled about this, but her words were ridiculous. Why do you think she is here, then? Mayhap she has come to clear her name. Lilith cleared hers when everyone thought she was a villain. Why not Isra? Lilith only had to prove her innocence because of Isra, said Eben. This is not the same thing. Estrella gave no answer, but only turned away to hide behind her wild, frizzy hair. Eben sighed, feeling his quickened pulse gradually slow. Isra tried to kill me, Estrella. My friends as well. When we saw her in the kitchen, she tried to destroy us. We only escaped through sheer luck. She turned on him, her wild eyes sparkling in anger. You cannot know that for certain. You do not know that for certain. No one can. None of you are trying to help her. Did you even try talking to her, or did your friend Theron attack her on sight? I'm what? She's not calling me out on any shit. There's no shit to call out. I'm working. Eben went still, mouth open. The first thought that came to his mind was that yes, Estrella was right. Theron had attacked the moment she saw Isra, but that was only after they had fought Isra in Zane's home, where she had made every effort to kill them all and had placed Theron under mind ward. He could not say so, however, and so he had nothing to say at all. I thought so, said Estrella. She turned away and buried her face in her arms where they were crossed upon the desk. Heavy footsteps preceded Perrin's arrival. Estrella, would you go and help Dorna? With her shifting, she is not yet so proficient as you are. For a moment, Estrella only glared up at the instructor, but then she rose and went towards the back of the room, giving no answer aloud. Perrin settled down onto the bench beside Eben, making it groan and crackle in protest. I know you mean well, Eben, but you must leave off trying to convince Estrella of Isra's evil. Remember, Isra is like a sister to her. Yes, but Isra is also an abomination, said Eben. Is it not important that she knows that? Perrin sighed. Is it? Imagine yourself in her shoes. Imagine your kin were dark figures who committed dark deeds and you were but a child, not nearly a man grown as you are now. Would it help you to know of the evil things they did in the shadows, or would you be a happier child in ignorance? She fixed him with a look, and Eben felt as though the ground had vanished beneath him. For of course he did come from a dark family, and he had been ignorant of it when he was Estrella's age. He tried to imagine knowing the truth about his father and Mako, and yes, even Halab, and the things she sometimes ordered Mako to do when he had seen only 11 years. Would it have been... Would have... He knew at once that it would not. But this is different, he said. I mean, this is not quite what you describe. Isra's darkness is not hidden. She wears her evil like a cloak for all to see. You cannot think of it that way. Estrella certainly does not. Remember, she has grown up with tales of Isra's suffering, knowing of the great injustice done to Isra's parents. You've heard the tale. Eben stared at his fingers. The way Isra's parents had been killed still made his gorge rise. I have. None would call that anything but a grave evil. That is the Isra that Estrella knows and has heard about since she was a little girl, an even littler girl, I mean. And so naturally, no matter what she hears of Isra now, she will only see this as another great injustice, something suffered but not deserved. But it is not, Eben said helplessly. But she is 11, said Perrin. Do not hold her to the same standards you expect of yourself. Estrella is still a child. It is the job of elders, not just parents, to keep children from the burdens of adulthood, and Estrella is overburdened already. Perrin pushed back and stood, the bench moaning in relief. She strode off towards the next student with a hand raised, leaning down to resume another lesson, and Eben stared at the wooden rod before him, though he did not see it, or anything else at all. Chapter 15 done. All right, I'm off. That's it for me for the morning. Morning/afternoon. Morning, noon, after morning, morning after. Anyway, I'm going to take a break. I have to record a couple of YouTube videos. I have to go take it for a walk, and then I'm going to be back. Oh my god. Ugh. Or maybe I'll just sleep for a week. Yes, maybe I'll do that. No, I'll be back this afternoon. I have to figure out what I'm doing tomorrow because tomorrow's my birthday and I kind of want to just... I kind of want to just fuck off all day. But we'll see. I don't know. Oh, God almighty. 14 chapters through, and what's our percentage? Yeah, 37% through. Oh, God. There is a book coming out tomorrow. There is. That's happening. I have to figure out what I'm doing tomorrow. Anyway, I will definitely be back at some point today. I will at least get to 50% today. Period, no fail. Maybe farther. But not right now. Be back in a bit. Back in a while. I'm ending stream now, just for the record. All right. Catch you all later. Thank you for watching and coming and hanging out. We're so close to the end. Okay. Bye.